And we're back. Hi. Find my buttons. There we go. Tiamat awaits. I don't know why you took that weird, 40-minute break there, but Tiamat awaits. I was eating lunch, Justinian. God! And exercising and doing a couple other things, but, Listen, Zero. All I'm saying is that I am always watching. So don't be afraid. I'm always here. She's one of the 7 great worms. Even thus confined, her presence is overwhelming. Resigned to her fate though she may be, I cannot help but feel we may be able to help Tiamat. Would that she only let us. Think that man is responsible for all this. So much else that dragonkind has suffered. I mean, let's not make the dragons innocent in all this, but yes. Hey, Tiamat. My sire's mortal companion. What bringeth thee back to this forsaken place, child of man?
It's plain she knows naught of recent events. Perhaps you should enlighten her.
Yeah, things are even worse than you thought. That my sins should be repeated. I sensed not the faintest stirring. As to who could have called him forth, I know none save the dragons of Marsidia, our children. The Icon claimed their souls when he first manifested and robbed them of their will. Thus they became tools of Alagon's dark designs.
I've seen it with my own eyes. Captives of a lost empire, neither alive nor dead, existing only to preserve Bahamut's corporeal form.
Yep, we did coils. On camera, even. Yes, the dragons of Marsidia are at the mercy of this Ascian. There can be no other explanation. Accursed Ascians. Vile minions of darkness. Again you would profane the memory of my beloved and strip our children of their freedom and dignity. Are there no depths to which you will not stoop?
Your children's pain means nothing to them. They laugh at your kind suffering.
I mean...
But tears will not right this wrong, nor will lamentation see the perpetrators punished.
What wouldst thou have of me, Slayer of Dragons?
Behavior befitting a great worm. We came here to ask mighty Tiamat of the First Brood, consort of Bahamut, mother of the dragons of Marasidia, what she intends to do about the crimes committed against her children.
Doesn't even flinch. Were I free, I would answer thine insolence with fire, but words shall have to suffice. Recall, mortals, that it was I who first summoned my beloved, praying with all my being to bring him forth. You who contend with icons cannot well be ignorant of the consequence. No, not...
You too were exposed to his influence. That you are yet in possession of your own will is testament to the indomitable strength of your soul. But were you to meet with Bahamut again, you fear you might succumb.
Indeed. Ask the Dragon Slayer. He will tell the power we of the First Brood wield. Were I to lose myself to the Icon's influence, all would pay the price. But it's of little matter, for even as I had the strength to resist, I lack the strength to break my shackles. This prison shall be my tomb. Pretty sure we can break this stuff at this point.
On the matter of Bahamut's influence, at least, I believe we can be of some assistance. If you're afraid of being enthralled, don't be. We have a cure. And while we've never tried it on one such as you, its basic principles are universal.
Well, there you go. We need a lot of porksies. Speakest thou in earnest? It really is funny how much of a game changer a cure for tempering has been ever since it came up.
There is no future for those bound to the past. That you committed a terrible sin, I do not dispute. But if you feel remorse, you may yet make amends. We offer you that chance. Take it, or you will forever remain a prisoner, not of these cruel shackles, but of your own guilt.
A chance to make amends. To lay Bahamut's memory to rest. When our own planet faced annihilation, Hydaelyn granted us sanctuary. And now your foes would bring about her destruction. This I cannot allow. For the debt I owe Hydaelyn and to all who have suffered my sins, I shall fight with you, children of man. So now we just gotta break her out. So I got an axe. I can punch it for a while. I don't know, this is usually someone else's territory. We gotta break this out. Hey, Garaha, person who is of royal blood. I confess my heart was in my throat when Estidian thought to berate her, but appears to have had the desired effect. We'll make up for what she suffered at the hands of men, but if there's a chance we can free her, truly free her, we owe it to her to try. Seems she still has some pride after all. Let's see if she is as good as her word. You know what's funny is deconstruction is a thing in Universe, Dakota. While porksies have been shown to be effective in curing the tempered, Tiamat must be considered a special case. She is far larger and immeasurably more powerful than any subject treated thus far. Were we to remove her restraints only to find the process failed, we'd be hard-pressed to contain her. Then before going ahead, we should learn as much as we can about the exact nature of her condition. Do you suppose we can find that information here? Yes, we can. The Alagons kept detailed records on notable captives. Because of course they did. We shall leave that to you then. In the meantime, the rest of us can turn our thoughts to the removal of the shackles. I know Alphino and Lore well enough, but not you. Are you certain you're ready to see this through? Rest assured, I am both ready and willing to give my all for the sake of this planet. Well, that's not the reason for wanting to set Tiamat free. While I do not claim to know all her sorrows, I too once found myself in a prison of despair, and I well understand how hard it can be to dare to dream of escape. It took the encouragement of braver souls than I to make me take the first step towards a brighter future. And now I would help Tiamat do the same. I gather you're not as young as you look. Yeah, he's... Maybe when our work is done, we could trade tales over a pot of Tataru's famous tea? And be indebted to her for the leaves and hot water? I think not. Tataru? I believe the nodes governing Tiamat's restraints are located in the sector known as Flagship Sector. Ah yes, the Etherochemical Research Facility. Oh, you might want to take this. It's a spirit vessel containing a bit of my blood. Thanks. Which you just happened to be carrying around with you. I suppose that would seem rather odd. To explain, Rambros, Urianje, and I are researching the use of spirit vessels and the transference of not only memories, but the traits of bloodlines. So, I keep one at the ready should an opportunity to attest our theories arise. As for its use, you may recall that during a previous visit, the nodes here granted access to restricted functions, having identified me of royal blood. And armed with that spirit vessel, I posit they'll do the same for you, even in the absence of the rest of me. It seemed worth a try, at least. Agreed. We'll take good use of it. I know, right? Need to make sure that boy's getting his cookies. Jesus. Here, I brought you some coffee biscuits from Reen. Make sure you have them with tea, though. Helize and I shall remain to attend the necessary preparations. In the event that the spirit vessel fails to work as expected, you know where to find me. It's possible the restraints have been mitigated the effect of her tempering, but Tiamat's been enthralled to Bahamut for thousands of years. To have clung to her reason through all that says more to her strength of will. More than a lot. Yeah, it does. Yes, handmaiden, please attend the royal prince there. Password! Sorry. That was a good scene. God, that's such a mess. I'd rather leave these Alagon contraptions to you and Alphino. Let's split up and search the flagship for the node that controls Tiamat's restraints. But should you find a likely candidate, do not be tempted to make any adjustments. It would not do to accidentally release some manner of experimental monstrosity, nor less Tiamat herself in her current state. Our objective is simply to identify the relevant node or nodes. Then we can reconvene and compare notes. Okay. Well, I found it. It's a, obstroporosis node. Nope. Obstroparis, excuse me, obstroparis node. Data link with Delta Quadrant broken. Possible cause, intruder interference. Advised deployment of automated combat units. Proceed. No. Don't do that. There's a clamorous node. Warning, scheduled dragon restraint maintenance due in negative 2,020 years. Failure to verify system integrity may result in unscheduled specimen release. Here's the malodorous node. Friction between metallic components detected. Temperature increased to critical levels. Please replace damaged parts or retreat to a safe distance. I'll be over here while you explode. I mean, the Avengers would probably be pretty useful up here, so I'm not gonna be real. Infernal things. One of them sent a swarm of mechanical Vilkin to plague me. Must have angered it. I'm afraid Estinian and I have little show for our efforts. Did you find anything? A node which smelled like burnt hair! So yes. Ahem. Spontaneously. Well, that sounds promising. Almost suspiciously so, in fact. But then you were in possession of the spirit vessel. I dare say it is indeed the node of which Garaha spoke. And it was chirruping? Let's take a look. Yes, let us find the Valerian node. Welcome to Corneria. I like swords. Welcome to Azizla. I like swords. See, if I was making this game, I would absolutely do that. I would make almost every dialogue option have a dialogue option of, I like swords. Just because, you know there's some player who would just pick it, right? Every time. And, you know what, if you want to be silly, here you go. As I suspected, the node will not acknowledge my authority to issue it instructions. How did the Elegans tell these damn things apart? Now see, I wouldn't be that player, but again, pink Darth Vader concept, you know? You wish to operate the dragon restraint mechanisms? You do not have requisite access privileges. Operation of dragon restraint mechanisms may only be undertaken by chief technologist and members of royal family. The full vessel of royal blood. So, you know... New user detected. Commencing biometric authentication. Authentication complete. User identified as member of the royal family. Please state your name. I'm actually torn. Fine. Estinian Wormblood. It's just glaring at me. Very funny, but if that thing speaks my name, I shall tease it whenever you speak again. Use your own, Lore Runner, in case you've forgotten. Username changed. Welcome, Lore Runner. You may operate to the dragon restraint mechanisms when ready. Error. Unable to disengage restraints of specimen Tiamat. System update required. System update? What do you suppose it's asking of us? Yeah, it's a good question, person who's never heard of a computer. Well, you see, since I do know something about what a computer is, that's more than I could say. Confounded bloody thing. User agitation detected. Initiating guidance program. In order to operate the restraint mechanism, I require access to the central control system. However, I am unable to establish a link to the said system due to the obsolescence of my own software. The issue can be resolved by applying a system update using the corresponding terminal located within the flagship. So can this thing release restraints or not? It can, but it needs the update. Kubo. Until which time it'll float there spewing nonsense. User dissatisfaction detected. Initiating placation protocols. I am here to help. It looks like you're trying to destroy the world. Would you like help with this? How gratifying, but I dare say we'll fare better with guidance than without. I was just thinking that, Omega Legion. Imagine you're diagnosing something, for those of you who've worked in IT, and all of a sudden it's like, I can tell you're having issues. Would you like some help figuring out what's wrong with me? Sure. Sid and his colleagues always make operating these devices seem so easy. You know, I just realized I shouldn't be a Reaper for these. What am I leveling right now? Looks like Black Mage. I don't know what possessed the Allagons to surround themselves with these shattering orbs, but the fact that they remain while their creators do not speaks fine. Actually, no. I want to do, like, a low-level thing. Or, actually, hang on. Summoner. We'll do Summoner. Perfect. Guiding user to terminal. This way, please. Yeah, imagine a computer that talks you through doing its system update. Which, I suppose, isn't actually all that out of bounds at the point at which we're at right now. What? Oh, this is water. That's really weird. Okay. Just gonna pretend we didn't see that. This terminal appears to be similar to the one we encountered when we first set foot here. Let's hope it'll be equally useful. Don't look at me, this is a task for you and Alphino. Access granted to user Lore Runner and his adolescent Elizon companion. Master Runner's other companion deemed potential risk to safe operation and denied access privileges until further notice. Oh, Mr. Runner works. I don't mind going by Runner. Let's see, according to the terminal, the control system is presently employing software version 56.135. Dare I ask what version you are employing? 42.002. Warning, errors detected in data management system. Estimated time for update, 5 years, 1 day. That is rather longer than we were hoping. Are there any other options? For instance, using this terminal to operate the restraints instead? The proposed method is indeed an option. Please be warned, the procedure may have changed as a result of the system update, and my instructions may no longer be accurate. Well, I can't imagine it'll change that much. As long as we pay due attention to discrepancies, I dare say we'll be able to muddle our way through. Don't bother trying to explain. Just tell me if we made progress. Yeah. I would say so. It does, however, require I'm here to operate the terminal. I shall inform you via link pearl when I'm ready to release the shackles. Rest assured... Or rather, it might be best if you left the spirit vessel with me. I may yet have use for it. Rest assured I will return it to Grahatia when this is over. There's a little more work, and Tiamat will be free. Before we go any further, there's something I would know. When Tiamat and her kin fought the Alagon Empire, both sides were but dancing to the tune of Ascians. And it was the same in Ishgard, where they stoked the fires of conflict between man and dragon from shadows. All the Ascians touch turns to ash, and thus have you made it your mission to fight them. But there have been times when you tried to reach out to them instead, to find common ground. And I must ask, what do you intend to do with Fandaniel? Will you try to reach out to him, too? What's funny is all those options are yes. I'm going to read those out loud in case you can't see that. Enemy or no, I want to understand him. I will try, yes, and if that fails, I will remember him. Certainly, after I've wiped the smile off his face. I think I'll go with option 2. I will try, yes. And if it fails, I will remember him. I see little point in reasoning with the rich, or remembering him for that matter. But perhaps that's the difference between you and me. You see the good in people, even if it's the faintest glimmer. I hope you don't rue your benevolence. Think it unwise for viewing the world thus? No. Far from it. That has ever been your way, as I learned when we journeyed together with Iceheart. But the fact remains, there are those who view compassion as a weakness to be exploited. There may come a time when you extend the hand of friendship only to wish you had dealt the killing blow. Yeah, that's not foreshadowing. So save your mercy for those who deserve it. Got it! Kill Fandaniel the moment I see him. Done! We should get back to our task. If Alphino has things in hand, I suggest we rejoin the others. I cannot deny the logic in Estinian's argument. Given all that's at stake, even the slightest lapse in judgment could be the undoing of us all. Warning. Releasing Dragon Straits may result in specimen loss, damage to facilities, and incineration of staff. Third and least important of all. Yeah, let's redeem Valens. Hang on, I gotta kill Kai Snow really quick. Wait a minute, where's my local assassin? I've got so many assassins trying to kill me. Maybe I could redirect the assassins towards other people. That's not a bad idea. Go, my assassins! Kill Kai Snow! And thank you very much. As usual, if you want to put it towards something, please let me know. But yes, we are officially 100% no really, really, really at the point where everything I'm doing is new to me. None of this have I seen. Money first. Well, shoot. Like, I'm actually not sure if there's any content in the game that still exists that I have seen before. Even counting the stuff that I've skipped over. So the Spirit Vessel proved useful. Excellent. If this Fandaniel truly is without reason or creed, he is no better than a rabid dog. Treat with him if you must, but rather do as necessary. I mean, that's true. Puppies are puppies, but rabid dogs need to be killed immediately. And I know that sounds horrible, but it's absolutely true. Like, dogs... that goes bad. If they get that far. Yeah, for them and us. That's not cruel. There's no cruelty there. There's no malice. Estinian told me all is well, but nothing more. Honestly, it's like getting blood out of a stone from him. I take it by his absence he's needed elsewhere. Yeah, I thought we'd leave him with a protector in hostile territory, but whatever. That all sounds rather frustrating, but you got there in the end. While you were off talking to nodes, Garaha and I were learning as much as we could about Tiamat's condition. Fine, Jarvis, you can have access to everything. I guess. Just don't get taken over by an AI again. God. Our readings confirm that her ethereal balance leans strongly towards umbral, as was the case with the kobolds. Therefore, all other things being equal, the treatment should work. The difficulty lies in the sheer quantity of ether which we will contend. Multiple applications of the treatment will inevitably be required for to reverse the effects of the tampering completely. Meaning, I need tons of ether. If only we had literal oodles of ether around us, like that giant crystal in frame right now. Anyways, we do have one reason to be optimistic, namely that Tiamat shows no sign of fanatical devotion, suggesting a milder case of templaring than that suffered by the kobolds. Tiamat saw Bahamut as an equal rather than a god. Might that have made a difference? Now that you mention it, it might. She would not have believed it necessary to defer to his will. Enough talk. Let's put our theories to the proof. Tell Alphino to disengage their restraints. Shouldn't we untemper her first? Just a thought, really. Okay. Such warmth, the frost that shroudeth my soul doth begin to thaw. But what are these, visions of days long forgotten, of war with men of Alec? Wherefore do such baleful memories return to me now? Sure, Kaisno. Let's do it. Could it be the process of restoring her soul to its pre-tempered state is awakening ancient memories? Or the opposite true? If so, by helping her to recall the past, we may be able to speed her recovery. Lore, she trusts you. Speak to her. Me? Hi. Tell me of Bahamut and the Ascians. Ah, Bahamut, my beloved. Would that the peace we found in Mercidia could have lasted for eternity, but alas, it was not to be. The Ascians saw to that. In all creation I know of none more wicked. It was at their behest the men of Alec first came to Mercidia, unto our home. The tale began when Bahamut and I left our father's side. We took wing in search of a place to make our eyrie. Beyond the southern ocean, we've discovered a lush and fertile land, which will eventually become an Animal Crossing thing in-game. It would be known as Mercidia by the children of men, though many years were to pass before they crossed the seas. Upon our arrival, we were surrounded by the peaceful people of the forest, kin of the trees. Surrounded by nature's bounty, Bahamut and I found a place to raise our young. Fascinating. This correlates with the writings of Sharlayan scholar Rurusha. She posits that man first settled in the southern continent towards the end of the Second Astral Era. Correctly, it would appear. If only she were with us to hear the tale from Tiamat herself. Again, Angelo. Not that I'm complaining, but it was a whole thing to get rid of the one dude. The kobold. So where are you getting all this ether from? When the children of man first arrived on our shores, no foot did they set in those places over which we held dominion, such was their fear of dragonkind. And as they kept their distance, so did we let them be. Yet as the days went by, ship after ship appeared on the horizon, bearing ever more of their brethren, who divided the vast land amongst themselves. For a time they knew peace and prosperity, but as their numbers grew, the smaller their share came to seem, and soon they began to covet the territory of their fellows. Ere long, man fought man, blood was answered with blood, and none would see an end to the strife, until one day they came to us. Recognizing our wisdom, they entreated us to intercede in their conflicts. Bahamut agreed, and with him presiding over the affairs of men, the land knew peace once more. Alas, the golden days of harmony, too, were fated to end. For the men of Alag slew my beloved, and I, in my rage of sorrow, heeded the unvenomed words of the Ascians. The rest thou knowest all too well. Your tale doesn't have to end there. When you are free, we'll rid the world of the Ascians together, and you and your beloved will have justice. Fine sentiments, but you're almost spent. I'll keep watch from above. If the treatment fails, run. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I swear, when this is over. He's just being a pragmatist, and frankly, he's right. Honestly, he's gonna DPS while I'm tanking. Like, you caught that, right? We'll hold her attention, and he'll help kill her. Anyways, this is all the Ascians' fault. Like, 100%. We must heap all our woes upon the Ascians. Damn them! Slowly but surely the magic is working, aided no doubt by the memories you bade her share. Well, I knew this was going to be easy. No patient could have prepared me for treating a... No patient could have prepared me for treating a great worm. We're close, I can feel it. Well, I've only got a few more drops of ether to give with yours and Garaha's. Maybe we should not do that? That's it? Okay, whatever. I mean, if you think about it, all the Alagons thing is actually the Ascians' fault, so... It really is all the Ascians' fault. Even Lavos is secretly designed by the Ascians. Well, we're curing a dragon with a pig.
No! I'm almost there!
Oh god, you're right, Dakota.
This is it, Angelo!
I mean, the Ascians would totally pull a Zeal with Lavos. Wait, what are you doing? Holy crap! When do I get that heal? I feel it. The Icon's grip groweth weak.
Did it work?
We won't know for certain until the shackles are removed.
Well. Porksy. No, that's the Beastmaster job. You just throw porksies at people. Like grenades. Answer me this, children of man. Can my kindred be saved in like manner?
Many have been subjected to the Allagan's dark arts, their flesh irrevocably altered. For such tortured souls, I fear there can be no salvation.
Yet. Ah, my children. Should you hearken unto my call, we shall fly together once more. But should you not, I shall grant you peace. Better to die than live as a tool of evil. You too would wish this, I know. And I shall do as I must. Which is apparently a death knight.
When that time comes, you won't be alone. We'll stand by you.
It's probably nothing, Zaktaft. Or, excuse me, the Stormtrooper. Just send one. It'll be fine. Thou hast my gratitude, little.
Alphino's ready. It's time. Do it. And let's hope the treatment worked as it should.
Oh my god, I just noticed that those are literally impaling her. I don't think I've ever seen that before. It's a way to keep someone contained. It's not gonna kill her. Well, do we have to kill you, Tiamat? Bahamut, my beloved. For vengeance and atonement I rise. Rise! Hi, Zixie.
Gods!
I think I've seen that before. Ah, I have.
Urianger, your timing could not be better. Understood, we're on our way. It's Bahamut. He's been sighted over Pagalthan. He flies for the largest Amalja settlement in the region, at the head of a vast host, including dragons.
I do remember that, Set Slayer. Because, like, it's horrible that she's just stuck here. Oh, dungeon soon. Dungeon time.
Did you hear all that, Alphino? You'd best rejoin your comrades. I'll make my own way. Our enemy awaits. Shall we?
Dragon Riders. That's kind of awesome. I'm not gonna lie. That's kind of awesome. I'll be fine. Plenty of time to recover on the airship. Let's see. I can be anything now. What's at 80 and needs experience? Dragoon would be funny. You could do that. I can also tank it. I mean, I wasn't going to start doing that until we had Endwalker to gauge the leveling. In fact, actually, I should, now that I think about it. So, Gunbreaker's already halfway to 81. So... yeah, I noticed that, Leander. It's a nice touch. I'll see what everyone else is. I got lots of things at 80. Well, I'm sure you're desperate to join Estinian and Tiamat in battle. It would be wise not to gather the full strength of the Scion first. The foe we face demands no less. Just a dungeon, God. No significant story ever happened in a dungeon, right? Yeah, I haven't rolled yet, nor am I going to. Give me a minute. I suppose I can just roll right now. There. Roll done. Oh my god. I have already sent word to the others. We are to rendezvous in Ul'dah, the Hall of Flames. Let us connect Alphino and be on our way. Hang on, so you see my hands, right? You can see how my hands have not done anything since I rolled. So I can actually then prove by just taking a picture here. Come on, focus. Focus. There we go. And then I'll just go into Discord here. Go down to memes. I think that's in a... no, I'll put it in lore run memes. That's a good place to put it. And there you go. Proof positive. Oh, wow, they keep teleporting me. I'm really liking that. You're worried about me, don't be. I got some rest during the flight, and now I feel ready for anything. First, the spate of abductions, and now an attack on the Amalja homeland. What do the Telafari aim to achieve with all this? Yeah, apparently, they really buffed the range on that. As I'm sure you recall, Arnvald and Fordola were bound for Pagalthan. I pray they have not come to any harm. No, they're turbo dead. I already called that. By happy coincidence, Kral and I were in the process of concluding our inquiries when news reached us of Lunar Bahamut's return. There's much to discuss, but it'll have to wait. Of the foe we face, we know but little. Though time be of the essence, we must not stint in our preparations. Let us haste to fly to the aid of the Amalja, to our best chance of victory. Yeah, okay, so it looks like we're getting... everyone but Usin Corp, who cheated. Let's see here. Looks like Omega Legion. And... if it's okay, I'm gonna drag Rye in, because she actually... yeah, I apologize. I should have held off. Rye can't join us for all of Endwalker because she hasn't finished Endwalker, and I kind of want her to be able to join us when she can. So I'll give her that slot. So that'll be Rye, Rax, and Omega Legion. Happily, the Immortal Flames have arrived just in time to join the defensive effort, with Marshal Tarapun at their head. That means she has to heal, so I can't heal this. I can tank it. I've got all kinds of tanks. It's okay. Both tanks, Warrior and Paladin, are actually worth a damn now. It's okay, we're 80. Given the failure of the peace negotiations, I was uncertain how the Sultanate would respond. 'Tis good to hear that Ul'dah has not abandoned the Amalja. Abandoned them? Do we not profess to be their friends? Your Grace. Marshal Tarpon has made provisions for such an exigency and was ready to depart at a moment's notice. All that was required was the agreement of the Syndicate, each of whom voted in favor of intervention. Yeah, Paladin 80. I shall be a mage paladin. Nor is Ul'dah alone in its resolve. The other Alliance nations have likewise dispatched their troops to Pagalthon. Yet even our combined strength we shall be sorely tested, for we face the hordes of an Imperial Legion and Lunar Bahamut and his draconic horde. Tiamat's children. Fight as we may, victory is by no means assured, but not all the omens are grim. Our forces report that despite the proximity to Lunar Bahamut, none of the Amalja show signs of tempering. Strange, what primal would turn down a chance to claim new thralls? Unless it's incapable of doing so. Primals are not wont to serve a master, Ascian or otherwise. It may well be that Lunar Bahamut differs in some fundamental manner from those we've previously encountered. That would be awful. Triexia, that's how I'd feel. I'd feel bad. If that were true, anyone could fight him. Laurel and the others wouldn't have to shoulder this burden alone. Maybe not do that on a conjecture. Be that as it may, Lunar Bahamut remains an incalculably powerful foe, whom our soldiers will struggle to best even though through mere force of arms. With the aid of the Scions, however, I think they'll fare rather better, assuming, of course, you're ready to take the field. Yeah, this sounds a lot like a dungeon. Should be interesting. Slash nod. Tell you what, right? I'm going to force you to heal, kicking and screaming, so you can get more experience with it. I, for one, am inclined to do as Her Grace requests. Lest we forget, Arnvald and Fordola are on Pagalthon and reconnaissance. The sooner we save the day, the better the chances. Indeed. To the airship! It's okay, Rai. I'm sure I will live and not die extremely horrifically screaming. So I suppose I will go Paladin then. Double checking. Yep, there's that gear. And yep, we're good to go. I'll actually go ahead and join Rax's party. Unable to join party because screw you. But I will go ahead and look cool. Because I actually really like the Paladin gear. I always have. Ah, yeah. And then Rax will be melee DPS, and I have no idea what the hell Omega Legion's going to be. We're going. Ah. Oh, there you go. Ranged, melee, tank, healer. We got this. I've also always liked white, blue, and gold as a combo. They do some good stuff with it here. Oh yeah, let me get my DPS meter running. Not that I would ever use such a thing. Lest you wonder, I have attended to Thancred's ammunition, and have completed mine own preparations. I trust thou canst say the same of thine. Oh yes, these are... I don't actually collect dice. These are my regular dice. It's probably hard to tell. And even if I hold them to the camera, it wouldn't go across. So, it's white and black, my favorite colors. The actual numbers are silver, and inlay, of course. But the really cool part is the black is opaque, but the white is see-through. So it makes kind of a pearlescent look as you're going through it. It's probably most obvious on the actual D20. You can kind of just sort of tell there. So those are, in fact, my primary dice. I have never seen these dice before or since. We were randomly perusing at Gen Con one year, and I was just, you know how many dice stalls they have. There's literally dozens of them, and I happened to see these dice in a thing, and I was like, those. Oh yeah, you like my desk pad? So I have a glass desk, and my monitor's right there, and I have a giant light source right there for the studio. So I have a lot of glare issue. So my solution was to get a giant desk pad, custom fit, custom tailor for this whole thing. It's actually my Chrono Trigger desktop background along with my FF6 desktop background kind of combined into one. So it looks extraordinarily cool. Try as I might, I cannot fathom why the Telophoroi would move to attack the Amalja. If Fandaniel's objective was death and destruction, one of the city-states would have been a better target. Maybe there's some other agenda. You think Estinian and Tiamat have already reached Paglethon? I should know better than to speculate on the whereabouts of the Azure Dragoon, forgive me. Right. It is not impossible that Telophoroi redirected some of the troops stationed at the tower to the front line. So, if this all turns out... So, if so, this may have turned out for Arnvald and for Dola's benefit. You know what we know, some, or even all of the Imperial soldiers have been tempered. If we can subdue them, we might be able to do something about that. But they would still see us as enemies even then. That said, they wouldn't be deaf to reason, which is better than nothing. Admittedly, we're in a bit of a hurry, Omega Legion, but I kind of agree. So the Telophoroi have constructed buildings capable of tempering and primals which are not. What secrets are they hiding? Yeah, I haven't done the quests yet, Rax. People call me impatient. Yeesh. Hey, look, Paglethon, now accessible. Sweet! There's our trusts. That's just funny, like, really? Come on, man. Right here. I need to check my macros before we move forward. Because I moved something around and I need to verify where it is. Two bunnies! My goodness. Ascian vermin, you shall torment my children no longer. By the way, the reason I wear that thing is to hide that I'm actually a Garlean. Alright, so let me check my macros really quick. Sorry, give me a second. Is it under here? Nope. Could be here. Nope, again. Did I put it there? Oh, where is it? There it is. Yep, there it is. Okay, I'm good. Should probably turn on tank stance. I guess! Glory be to Garlemald. Glory to Garlemald. I mean, the Viera aren't really that tall, are they? Okay, hang on. This guy's being a jackass. Come here, boy. There we go. Reunion! Or rejoining, or whatever. God, there's always something in the Final Fantasies, aren't there? Rejoining. No, discounting the ears. Delicious. Oh, right. Where's my hot chocolate? Where's my hot chocolate? I've also got some Archon love. There it is. There we go. Alright, now I'm good to go. Ryurian joining. Damn it. Damn it, Zira. Hang on, I need to kill Zira. Quick, kill Zira. Quick! No, I showed off Triple Triad. I did it when we did the Golden Saucer. I even talked about how it's actually pretty awesome. It got positives. I'm almost positive. Okay, so hang on. Whoop, no. Okay, so I want to do this. This. Yep. It's like 4 times. And then we do Confronting. There we go. That's better. That's better. That's what I was trying to do last time. I actually did show off Mahjong extremely briefly. And Chocobo Racing, where Rax stomped us. Although not as much as he probably should have. One moment. Changing a setting. This would be buff. And it's going to be called Scott. I mean, DPS trackers are nice, but that's actually not the real reason I use that plugin. It has a buff debuff dot hot timer, which I actually really value. It's one of my favorite little features over it. WoW. It's nice to have that. You're right here. I'm spelling wrong in my head. There it is. Save. Close. Sorry about that. I'm with Omega Legion, by the way. I feel bad killing these people, but whatever. Death to the opposition, as they say. Let's face the wall. Come here, face the wall. Come on. Come on. Come on. There we go. There we go. Yep. God, I love Paladin at 80. It's weird how long it took to get there, because it actually is pretty cool at 80. And it's like, I mean, we keep talking about Mystic Knight or whatever. This is a Mystic Knight. Let's just call it what it is. Like, every minute, we turn into a mage. And that's about as much time as it takes to go through the rest of our standard rotation and maintain our self-buffs. Fire! Oh, that's a sight. It's a Amhaluk. I don't know what the hell it is. Interesting. Oh, by the way, I can do this at range. Over here, stop facing people. There we go. There we go. Good boy. Good boy. Okay. Oh, that's a continuous thing. Alright. Cool. Die, monster. Speaking of which, back to being a mage for a second. Well, okay, so to go ahead and talk out that thought process a little bit, I noticed these spires right here. Like, I was taking it right here. So I'm like, huh, I wonder if I could, like, stand by here. And I was thinking what would happen is I'd stand here, the lightning would hit the spire instead of me. But if you saw, I did this. I moved, like, right next to it. And it was like, oh, hey! And it dropped it on it, and that's when I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I get it. I know I'm terrible and all, but I do actually pay attention. Stop facing Rax there. What? Let's keep facing Rax. Rax, I just want to kill your uptime. That's all I'm after, really. I can just go over here and not get hit by that. Aw. That was worth a try. I also love the look of it. I've always loved the look of the knight abilities in Final Fantasy Tactics. I mean, fundamentally, they're not really any different from, you know, regular spells. But I've always liked just the aesthetics of it, you know? So I love doing Confronting just because it looks cool. Yeah, exactly, Dakota. The sword, or like the axe bent coming in from the ground. All that stuff. It's cool stuff. I like it. Shunk. I suppose I should actually look at loot at this range. It's a belt! No, it's bracers, but...
What took you so long?
Oh, hi, Estinian.
The Amalts are in trouble. Let's split up.
Very well. I shall fly to their aid. The best part is that mage thing works for AoE or for single target, which is just cool. Because I can just do this spell instead. Holy Circle! Which looks cooler than Holy, I'm just saying. Now, it doesn't look cooler than... Yeah, here, by the way. Bam! It doesn't look cooler than Holy 3, but very little looks cooler than Holy 3. Just to be honest about that. Yeah, sorry for gushing about Paladin. It's just, it's nice to have a class that I actually have been leveling since ARR. That's not garbage, finally. It took several expansions to get there. But, you know... nice to finally be there. I mean, why do you think I started the ARR Relic with my Paladin? No, that is true, Pillars of Snow. I mean, my choice at the time was Warrior or Paladin. Little did I know. Dude, Sword and Board is a legit fighting style. And I'm not just saying that because I'm biased and I actually have fought that way in real life. Meanwhile, Rai is proving that I'm right, that she's actually a good healer. He's like, no, I'm a terrible healer. Meanwhile, we're all fine. See, now that I've said that, she's going to deliberately get herself killed on the next poll. Just to make sure that I'm wrong about that. Here it comes. I'm ready. This is it. Let's do it. Death to the bunnies.
Oh, no, you don't.
Let's jump. Yeah, I'm just gonna hold these here for no reason. There we go. Appreciate you, Tiamat. Yeah, I'm actually doing reasonable DPS as a paladin, which is just weird. My children, I free you from your pain. Time to fight. I have no idea what, but whatever. This is it. It's time to die. I'm ready. Here it is. A lot of these. There's a lot of these. Holy crap. Interesting. Wasn't expecting that to happen, but I'll take it. Face. Let me get my bleed off before you knock this back down. Bleed is still active, but if it is, then I'm going to be amused. Decided I like this fight. Yeah, no, it is essentially an elevator fight, but it's well constructed, and it's got a lot of moving pieces, which are varied, too. I haven't actually repeated a gimmick yet, the whole fight. I'd say the most amusing conspiracy theory I've ever heard is that Jar Jar Binks was behind everything. Because, I mean, come on. Necklace, don't care. Circlet, don't care. Earring, don't care. Best dungeon boss in this game? I'm not sure. I'll have to think about that. That's an interesting view. Yeah, let me get it so that the viewers can enjoy this while I tank here. Tip of this dragon. Hey, dragon! No, her inflorescence wouldn't count because she's a raid boss. I was specifically asked for dungeon bosses. Like, I can think of some very good dungeon bosses in another game I'm not going to mention right now. That's kind of a good deal. I'm taking more damage than usual. Right, sorry. I'm not dodging. In fact, there we go. I'll dodge a little bit. Dying Gasp is also a raid, so that also does not count. That being said, truth be told, it's probably one of the Amarot dungeon bosses. Most likely the last one. Okay. Interesting. And forgive the designer in me for being a geek for a second, but you can actually see how the bones of other ideas they've implemented in previous dungeons are all coming together in this one. Like, there's definitely a lot of progression in terms of dungeon design. And this is one of the reasons I like to do these games concurrently. What I mean by that is playing ARR, then Heavensward, then Stormblood, then Shadow, in order, has really shown exactly how they've moved forward in terms of design. I mean, yeah, if you want to do the stark comparison, look at Sastasha compared to this. But even some of the better dungeons from both ARR and Heavensward just don't even hold a candle, especially technically. I suspect this is also them flexing a little bit with the larger, I forget what it's called, but the cluster size. The larger cluster size they are afforded by virtue of the fact that they're no longer shackled with the PS3. They can have a single zone be gargantuan and have tons and tons and tons of stuff in it. Even if it's not all on camera at the same time, it can be there. And yeah, actually, yeah, this is a good comparison to Keeper of the Lake. A good dungeon, but compared to this? Not even on the same phone book. Whoops, wrong button. Wrong button. Meanwhile, my siege turtle is trying to kill me. Like you do. What's funny is I look at this and I see just huge chunks of land which could really be great for food, and I mean, Ul'dah is right over there, you know what I mean? Like this, I'm just saying, let's make peace with the Amalja so we can start trading for all of the bounty of this crap, you know what I mean? Yeah, the Amalja have huge... Wait a minute. So, Telethrium. Lunar Bahamut. I wasn't sure we'd be fighting this in a dungeon, but here we are. I was more thinking range. Range? That's the wrong word. Place where you cultivate animals. Ranch, thank you. God. Rancher lands. These are grazing lands. I don't know why I'm stuck on range. You got it, Ventures. Sorry. I meant to bound, but I was distracted. I apologize. Thank you, as always, Ventures. I will jot that down for Wildermyth. Whoop. Let me give the right line. And it helps to explain why Lunar Bahamut is grounded here. Tiamat made sure he'd stay down here. I think this is technically better than Gimlet, and so far gameplay, it is substantially better than Gimlet. I think story-wise, it's more like at the level of Gimlet. We'll see if my opinion changes during this fight, but I think that's where I'm at right now. It's a good outro dungeon, though. I don't know if there's a dungeon after this, but this feels like an outro dungeon, because they've been doing this almost every expansion. Keeper of the Lake. I should probably be paying attention to mechanics. By the way, you know the other good thing about being a mage? Well, similar to over in FFT, we can do all those spells at range. So while we're doing something like, say, this, I can keep DPSing. Full uptime. Yeah, but there's a patch after this USM Core. 5.55. I don't remember which one Lysithia was, but I have a feeling you're taking the piss on me here. Yeah, that's a really good example of snapshot right there. Oh, I see it. Honestly, didn't see that at first. See, I used Bernadetta as my solo, and she kind of wrecked face. Just full archer. My little assassin. You got this, Rye. Focus on yourself. I'm fine. I'm fine. Get yourself up. A common mistake many healers make, including me, I feel like adding, is we tend to focus on others before ourselves, and that's actually, statistically speaking, a bad decision. There are individual cases where you want to do that, but generally speaking, you want to make sure you are alive more than someone else. After all, you can res. Unless there's a warrior tank, then, you know, that's whatever. Yeah, you can't heal if you're dead, exactly. Oh yeah, Bernadette is awesome. Oh, there it is. Good lord. I didn't even see that at first. Now there's an interesting idea. A class that can keep healing while it's downed. Guild Wars, you can manage that. Because Guild Wars has a full gameplay concept when you're down. So there's something you can do. And yeah, I was going to say, some of the WoW classes, or specific specs rather, actually do something where they can just leave a heal there that continues to heal, despite the fact that, you know, they're gone. Lord Healer. Actually, yes, Cashel. For a while there, they called them Mistweavers over in WoW. Monks, specifically. They changed their minds back and forth on it a few times. Ninja chest piece, interesting. But yeah, the way it worked is essentially the way I've described it many times. The monk healed by doing melee DPS. It was actually extraordinarily good. The problem was the exact problem I myself have brought up many times when it comes to that kind of thing. I am not wearing that. And that is the fact that it was too good. It was too good, and so they had to nerf it back down because it was curb stomping everything in the meters. There was so little reason to bring something other than a Mistweaver. Oh, cool, it's here. So, I guess I'll give some negatives here. How do you spell the dungeon we just did? Children of man, the shade of my beloved is no more, and I shall be forever in your debt. By your deeds are we set free, and free we shall remain as long as I draw breath. Never again shall the dragons of Mercidia hearken to the lies of the Asians. This I vow. Good vow. Hoggle.
Noble warriors, the dragons chose their friends well.
Hi, are you tempered?
Long have our peoples waged war, but no more.
Hoggle. On? Okay, I'm getting misinformation. Where is the apostrophe?
Your fallen lie beside our own. By our words and deeds shall we honor their sacrifice.
By being tempered. Then let's put the past behind us and, you know, get on with it.
The enemy of our enemy is our friend. And you have proven yourselves worthy of our trust. It is the Garleans who are deserving of our fury. I shall see that my brethren learn the truth of this day, and rally as many as possible to the cause, till we meet again.
Yeah, don't summon Ifrit, by the way.
And thus did we make allies of the Amalja.
It would certainly seem that way. The Sultana will be pleased. Let's go and give her the good news, shall we?
Earlier, inside the tower. That's gross. Yep, gross.
What in Ralga's name happened here?
The gods only know. But you can bet these poor sods aren't here by choice.
Yeah, ugh, okay. Let's just get on with this as quickly as we can.
Quickly! We've got to get them free!
That's not your job, Arnvald. Arnvald. Arnvald.
Get back!
No! What have I done?
Run.
It's too late for them. We're leaving, now.
Run. Run. Oh my god. Why is it organic?
We came together and we're leaving together.
Well, at least the Amalja didn't willingly summon Ifrit. That counts, right? Though the day is won, thanks in no small part to thy valor, the Telepheroi are far from defeated. Also, I got like half a level in there. Anyways, be that as it may, 'tis only right we rejoice in Lunar Bahamut's banishment unto the ether. It'll take more than a single victory to wash away the bad blood between men and Amalja, but one has to start somewhere. Tiamat did promise all that she promised and more this day, but I doubt she will be satisfied. Nay, she will fight on in defense of her children, wheresoever they may be. From what I could tell, there didn't seem to be many Imperials in the vicinity of the tower. Hopefully Arnvald will have used the opportunity to get in and out undetected. To see the Amalja fighting alongside us brought to mind the Zune of the Crystarium. I pray that our people can forge bonds as strong as those of our counterparts in the First. It won't be too much to hope that we have seen the last of Fandaniel. You're right. We have to dealt his schemes a telling blow this day, and that alone is cause to celebrate. And celebrate I will when I have received words of Arnvald's safe return. He's fine! He's fine, don't... He's dead. I now do Pagelthon with trusts. Yay. He's fine. Standing around worrying isn't going to help matters. Come, we must discuss the day's events with Pippin and her grace. Brave scions! Arnvald's dead! Would that I could treat you here as welcome, but I bear urgent news from the Francistry. Your grace, whatever's the matter. As our troops withdrew, they came across 2 scouts sent to the tower. I've yet to hear a full account, but it seems one of them, your friend, I believe, had been wounded and was dragged away by the other. Who could have seen this coming? Okay, I'm making fun, but you can tell Alphina was actually legit bothered by this. Can you tell us aught of Arnvald's condition, your grace, the wounded scout? Not save that it is grave. The surgeons tend to him as we speak. The infirmary must be inundated with the wounded. If all of us go, we'll only get underfoot. Lore, Estinian, would you mind going after him? He may need support from someone other than me. Yeah, I got my kiddos back. My little adopted nephew, I guess. Arnvald, we told you not to decorate so much of your head with those flags. They made me look pretty. I was gonna say, I know we've got Estinian, so the white-haired Elazon plague is just spreading. Secretly, they're all part lore runner. Yep, you've heard of being Xehanorted. They've been runnered. Join us, Zira. Give in to the white hair of the Force. You think about what a Mikote would look like with white hair. It'd be pretty cool looking. What, Rex? Be proud, my brethren. Resistance, whoops, was always futile. Yeah, Aymeric dyed his hair, and I let him because he's Aymeric, he's a bro. But I can't think of an example of that, Traxia. I take it Alphino is fond of Arnvald. I know how he feels, but hand-wringing isn't going to help anyone. You'd better have a word. Now, we need to get Omega Legion's hair white, and everything will be right with the world. Instead of gawping, why don't you tell your friend to stop whining like an underfed dog? People are fighting for their lives in there. Please tell me something. Anything! Another one come to see the lad in the silver armor. Master Delmio is tending to him as we speak. If you'd be so kind as to wait. What do you say? Tell me his exact words. Alpha, no. But this isn't helping. But... You're right, forgive me. When we said our farewells, I was afraid something like this might happen, and now that it has, all I can do is wait. I am super not Trihexia.
Fordola, have you been waiting here all this time?
His last words were, "They made my hair look pretty."
We have done what we can. The rest is up to him.
May we see him?
I do not think that wise. You must let him sleep.
Thank you for bringing him back. He owes you his life. I just wish I had been there. Perhaps, I don't know, perhaps I could have...
Could have what? Got tempered? Don't flatter yourself. You can't save everyone. No one can. Not even the warrior of bloody light.
Bro.
People die all the time, for no good reason. And those who take up the sword die quicker than most. If you're going to shed a tear every time a soldier falls on the battlefield, you'd best stay away. It's no place for the weak of heart.
It may be that victory cannot be won without cost. But all life is precious, and I refuse to shrug at its loss.
Life is precious! Oh, you need to grow up, little man. Before your sparkling ideals get everyone killed.
It was interesting watching two hurt people bounce off of each other.
You're right. He is idealistic. But the world has more than its fair share of realists, like you and me. It's people like him who dare to dream that things could be better and make it happen against all the odds. They are the ones whose names live on forever. The heroes.
The battlefield's littered with would-be heroes. At this rate, you'll lot'll be next. And what'll become of your precious dreams then? They'll be gone. Like dust on the wind.
Dreams worth fighting for don't die so easily.
I notice the theme of idealism continues. I know. There's nothing more I can do here. Come, let's just rejoin the others. Your Grace invites the Scions to join her in the Fragrant Chamber. Will you be joining him? Yeah. At this point, I am quite literally a personal friend of the Sultana. You better bet I'm going to be there. Yeah, I understand. That's true. This character, it did start in Ul'dah. So yeah, she's been a part of my story for quite a while. And I hers.
Your Grace, pray forgive us our lateness.
Think not of that. I understand a close comrade of yours was wounded in the line of duty. Arnvald. It was at the Alliance's behest that he risked all, and we are grieved to hear of his condition. Rest assured, he will receive the finest care our chirurgeons can provide. On that you have my word. Now, we would share with you the findings of the mission. Pippin, pray relate to our guests the details of Fordola's account.
So you see there's this gross organic thing, because for some reason, the one thing we thought was missing from FF14 was gross organic stuff.
First Bahamut, now Ifrit. Or Lunar Ifrit, as Fan Daniel would doubtless have it.
Ah, for God's sakes, is this just a whole phase? Is that what we're going through now?
'Tis now all but certain that the towers were conceived to facilitate the summoning of primals by those imprisoned within. Less certain is the means by which the Telophoroi constrain the wills of said entities to enact their designs in defiance of the pleas of their victims.
Mayhap they do not. If mere proximity to the towers is enough to make loyal servants of the Empire's mortal enemies, it stands to reason that the same is true for those held captive. They invoke their gods for the good of Garlemald, and in their disturbed state of mind, summon a primal whose form reflects their own alteration.
It all begins to make sense. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the towers bear a striking resemblance to a much larger structure which Urianger and I observed from afar during our visit to the Imperial capital. Assuming it too is capable of tempering those in its immediate vicinity, it would go some way to explain the swiftness with which the Telophoroi managed to rally so many Imperials to their cause.
While the situation in Garlemald is indeed troubling, I fear we have more immediate concerns. Ifrit was not the only primal summoned. At approximately the same time, observers at several other towers bore witness to the emergence of further such entities. For a blessing, none appear to wield aught approaching the destructive power of Bahamut, and the Grand Companies are moving to deal with the threat even as we speak.
Yeah, but what are they going to summon from the big one at Garlemald? Hi, Walker. You need only tell me where there are. I got your back. I should put my glasses on for this outfit.
Though we are aware that the task will not be easy, we would call upon the Scions only as a last resort. Pray, conserve your strength for now. After all, it was not so very long ago that you rid us of Bahamut. On which note, I am pleased to report that our talks with the Amalja have reached an agreeable conclusion. They have pledged their full support to our cause. It is our hope that this historic agreement will encourage other tribes to join us at the negotiating table. And I know that I speak for all of the Allied leaders when I say that we will welcome them with open arms at such time as they do. Of course, This was only made possible by the feats of heroism performed at Pagalthan. Moreover, we shall not allow the sacrifices of those fallen in battle to have been made in vain. As hope leads to victory, shall victory lead to a new dawn for Eorzea.
May these words ever be our guide, Your Grace.
Now, if you will forgive me, I must consult with the Syndicate on the matter of our new allies' integration. Till next we meet, my friends, I bid you safe travels and blessed respite.
I was about to comment. This is actually a hell of a sea change if I think about it. The Amalja and Ul'dah joining forces would be a hell of a thing. Especially given how Ul'dah has been strengthening ties to everyone else lately. And I was also going to comment how once again it's the Sultana and Ul'dah who are at the center of the main story quest. We're in late patch Shadowwalker, and that has still continued to be true. Anyways, which means we've had lots of fleshing out of Ul'dah, lots of fleshing out of Limsa Lominsa, that happened recently. And Gridania can go... Anyway, so... Hi, Walker. We're not quite into Endwalker yet, but we are very close there. No reason to linger, I shall take my leave. Do you have to stay on the... Just, okay, whatever. You know what? You know what? I don't even care. I don't even care. You go do whatever. Gridania has elementals. That's what Gridania has. Alphino knows too well that sacrifices are an unavoidable part of conflict, but knowing something does not change how one feels about it. You yourself have shared adventures with Arnvald, have you not? Then I shall say no more. Amidst this great push for peace with the Beast tribes, we would do well to remember that old prejudices yet remain. It is a delicate political dance, and I do not envy the Sultan her task, nor any alliance leader. I wonder if any of them feel bad that they have to do this every time they talk to me. Because I don't. Even without the threat of tempering to contend with, the Grand Companies have quite a task on their hands. Regardless of Her Grace's protestations to the contrary, it may be best to dispatch a few of our own to assist. Remind me to mention it to Tataru. Except for Urianger, he has to look up only a little bit. Like an inch or two. With the secrets of towers thus laid bare, our duty to prevent further abductions taketh on new import. Fail in this, and our enemy shall punish our negligence with plague of primals. Yeah, so is this a good time to bring up the artillery idea? Though we have won our first battle against the Telephoroi, and made significant discoveries, the war has scarcely begun. We must steel ourselves for the Walk of Ends. Right, unless anyone has any objections. Pray return, Rising Stones. And that includes you, Alphino. Arnvald is in good hands. Listen, Omega Legion. Go to bed. You would mock me for pacing about the infirmary. Let's retire, then. 100% yes, Lunaruth. Those people are... Yes, it is the correct call to bomb that place, even if they're using hostage shields, in order to try and destroy them before they summon more primals. Yes, absolutely. I'm not exactly happy about that decision, but that is the correct call, 100%. Fortunately or otherwise, it doesn't even appear to be a freaking choice, since no one's even mentioned the idea of trying to bomb or nuke or artillery or anything these things down. Kryl is there, and they want to speak with Estinian. Will you join us for this once, you little bastard? I thought you said you were avoiding that Baldessian woman. Yep, okay. If I refused, she would only pursue me. Should we get this over with? Yeah, Estinian's hair clipping is certainly a thing. I'm a little surprised that in canon he keeps his hair that long. I mean, I would, but I'm me, and I'm weird. Like, imagine flipping through the air at 20 miles an hour, 500 feet above the ground, and your hair is just going all over the place, you know? Listen, Estinian isn't weird, he's... Okay, I guess he is kind of weird. Ryle!
Welcome back. I expect you must all be exhausted. Ere you take your rest, however, I would beg a moment of your time. Thanks to Arnvald's selfless efforts, we may now be confident that we understand the function of the towers. But many questions remain regarding the reason for the summonings, and what lurks behind the looming edifice in Garlemald. Until such questions are answered, we will struggle to devise an effective strategy for thwarting the Telophoroi's stated aim. Nothing less than the destruction of this star. And so, given the gravity of the situation, I move that we petition the aid of Sharlayan.
'Tis possible the ancient knowledge preserved within our archives may hide a clue to our enemy's methods. But given Sharlayan's established policy of non-intervention, our former colleagues are not like to aid us in its discovery.
Oh, I well remember what they're like. The Forum's barefaced refusal to assist you in the days prior to the calamity must rank as Sharlayan's most shameful act since the Exodus.
They once sent a dude to execute someone for the crime of trying to share knowledge.
But were the final days to be reenacted, it would spell doom for us all. Surely even they cannot turn a blind eye to that. I trust we are all of the same mind on this matter. Urgent as it seemed, I took the liberty of petitioning the Alliance for leave to act as Eorzea's emissary, and have since received their blessing.
I presume your role as a student of Baldessian will carry some weight with the Forum?
One can but hope. If truth be told, our organization has been a shadow of its former self ever since the disappearance of the Isle of Val. But the name does still retain some degree of prestige. I only pray it will be enough. If there are no objections, I shall depart for Sharlayan at once. But before I do, I should also mention the other matter to which I would devote some time during my stay.
How do I know what, Lenareth?
After hearing what transpired in the first, I began to question the true nature of Hydaelyn's blessing. A topic I have discussed at some length with Y'shtola.
That was the astrologian chain to both Pyro and Lenareth.
We were wondering, when was the last time Hydaelyn spoke to you directly?
That would have been the end of Heavensward. Yeah, that was before Stormblood. Unless that counts? No, I'm gonna go with this then. Sure, Pyro. Whatever.
When you regained her blessing, was it not? But never since. Not in all your time in the first, when you faced the Unsundered, the very heart of Zodiark.
History shows us that Hydaelyn is able to awaken the echo in her chosen, convey her will directly, and grant the blessing of light. To our knowledge, however, she has not sought to intervene in man's affairs for some considerable time.
Might not the explanation for that lie with her choice of champion? Mayhap she is content to trust in his judgment.
Mayhap she is. But following my initial discussion with Kryl, I made inquiries of my own. And as far as I am able to tell, Hydaelyn has not made her will known to anyone.
During my time in the First, the Oracle of Light spoke to me through Reen. But that was not the will of Hydaelyn. It was Minfilia herself.
Indeed. And while she and Hydaelyn were inextricably linked, Minfilia yet acted of her own volition. A messenger, yes, but one who spoke with her own voice.
I wonder, could Hydaelyn's silence suggest the presence of some disruptive force, perhaps? Some obstacle to communication? While I share Urianger's high opinion of your conduct, I see no reason why she would deny you her guidance altogether. Then again, who am I to say? The fact is, we simply don't know. But if the explanation is to be found anywhere, I can think of worse places to look than the archives of Sharlayan, and their research on the ethereal sea in particular. Resolved though I am to go, believe me when I say that I take no pleasure in the thought of leaving you a member short. Now, of all times. Estinian, we stand on the eve of a struggle that will decide the fate of this star. One in which we Scions may play a telling part, yet we are but few in number.
Another interesting thing to think about really quick. We know that they had codified the story from somewhere around the 3.x range. They've said as much, right? And it's been since then that Hydaelyn hasn't talked to us.
And so I must ask you again. Will you join us?
Think about that.
You see the world the way you want it to be. I see the world the way it is. You are idealistic to a fault. But I know you would never turn your back on those in need. Never close your eyes to their suffering. And somehow, your deeds lend truth to your words, giving the lie to my doubts in so doing. I have seen others draw strength from your belief. In Ishgard, in Alamigo, you inspired them to stand up and fight. To win, no less. And even when you lost those you held dear, you carried their spirit with you and made their memory your guiding light. The burden of so many hopes and dreams would be too heavy for most to bear. But you bear it willingly, as you have shown me. Some dreams are too important to let go. If you have need of my strength, it's yours. After all you've done, how could I refuse?
I think I speak for everyone when I say what we really need in this group is another Elizon.
Thank you, Estinian. Whatever challenges await us, I shall not falter. You have my word.
And with white hair. See, there's a Mikote with white hair. It works.
And now, I may bid you farewell. Safe in the knowledge that all is as it should be. In this little corner of the world, at least.
You will be sorely missed. Tread warily in Sharlayan, and do try not to let the Forum embroil you in their politics. A forlorn hope, I know, given the individuals involved.
Speaking of which, you're right, Pyro, but I'm also not wrong. The problem is I didn't communicate myself properly, which is my fault. I'll take ownership of that. So let me summarize. Forum bad.
I shall do my very best. Farewell.
I mean, literally everything indicates the Forum is bad. Really, Winlock? That makes sense, because I went through all the outfits I had, and it was the only one that was like, ugh, and it just was way low cut. I wonder if it was meant for a female character. Meanwhile, worried about this one. I don't want to see this, whatever they're building here. Just trying out different weapons, trying to find one he likes. I was gonna say, I actually recognize quite a few of those. In fact, I'm wielding the Dark Knight weapon that was there just a moment ago.
Well, does this one meet with your approval? Apparently not. Or could it be that you're still upset about the dragons?
You are unwise to remind me of so costly a failure.
And there's the blue weapons from the Shadowbringers chain.
Our plans, I trust.
Oh, hardly at all. Though, admittedly, the chances of us being able to procure any more Mericidian dragons are rather slimmer following Tiamat's reappearance. Oh, but the seeds have been sown, my lord. We have only to wait for them to quicken. Speaking of preparations, is it safe to assume that you will be ready to control you-know-what?
The hour draws nigh. This nation, forged for Ascian ends, will finally prove its worth.
And they all just explode, right?
A mighty empire, now no more than an instrument of this star's destruction. What a pleasure it will be to put it to use.
Yeah, I've seen that axe before. And that sword.
Which brings me back to our earlier topic. My lord, while I appreciate that it is not an easy decision, it really is past time you chose your weapon.
There is one that I have been meaning to test.
Actually, I have noticed that on Mega Legion. A scythe!
Well, well, not quite what I was expecting. Though I will say, it does seem rather apt.
And yeah, there's my Dark Knight weapon on the far left there. That's literally the weapon I'm using. Are they not even going to show it? Maybe the model wasn't in game yet. Oh, okay. See, I know it becomes a Reaper because I've seen the benchmark. So, you know. He's a Reaper. He's a Reaper. So you're on, Pyro. I hope you have a good day at work. Amidst all the fighting, it's easy to forget what we've achieved, isn't it? I mean, we cured Tiamat. Tiamat! You will tell me when I become insufferably smug, won't you? Because the way things are going, I feel it's a definite possibility. This is MSQ. This is 3.5. 3.55 is the end of Shadowbringers. There are precious few steps left. I don't know how long, actually, because I stopped looking, but this is it. Wait, what did I say? Did I say 3.5? I meant 5.5. Whatever. We're in 0.5! None can deny Heidelin's blessing has been a great boon to our cause, but much remains unknown regarding her true intentions. Given everything we have learned from our encounters with the Ascians, we must keep our minds open to any and all possibilities. Yeah, we're at 3.5. No! It strikes me as odd. Rather than marching on one of the city-states, the Telepharoi have made only sporadic attacks. I doubt they'd go for the trouble of putting all Paulo's towers if that's all they had in store for us. Oh god, I would scream, Rex. I mean, that would be true to FF tradition, all the way back to FF1. The sudden appearance of the towers will surely not have escaped the Forum's notice. I would like to think they would be receptive to Kral's cooperation, but they're dumb and stupid and evil. Time to pursue this course. I must be prepared for the hardships that lie ahead. It's also a badly written time loop, but I've complained about that mightily. In fact, it will get a story negative if we ever re-review FF1, because it's still badly written. That hasn't changed. If you need of my lands, be ready. I'll be ready. If not, I'll be joining the trusts. Damn it, Omega Legion. This is the worst part of that game. But since you're here, I have a question. The Scions are in close contact with East Aldernald, right? I was wondering if they could place an order for some sun-dried squid. I can't seem to find any here. You got it, buddy. For you, Tataro. I can't talk to you yet. But Tataro, get this man some sun-dried squid. Though we know not the full extent of the Telophoroi schemes, preventing further abductions must take precedence over all else. For Heron lied the key to depriving our enemy of its most potent weapon. Yeah, let's see. How many games? How many FF games have time stuff in them? 1, 3, 8. (13-2), 13-3, and 14. I was stalling on 10. You may have seen that because I was like, "Ugh." So I'm gonna go with this. I don't count 7, and I don't think 10 counts. So 6 FFs have had 6 main FFs have had time stuff in them. It looks like we're gonna have a busy few moons. Not that they're anything but Thancred's got me dispatching troops to every corner of the realm. Which is not to say I don't trust the Alliance, because I do, but when it comes to putting down primals, nobody does it better than us. Well, you lot. You won't be catching me trading blows with primals in the near future, but for every fell fiend you vanquish, there's countless meals to arrange, baths to fill, sheets to wash, stores to replenish, and the list goes on. Tataru, I get it. I do. And you're awesome. This is where I come in. See, Tataru, Rax is the Tataru of real life. And I guess so is Zira, and so are a lot of people. 11 has time, but yeah. Okay, you're not at Tataru's level, Rax, but at some point, you'll be there. Once I take over the world. Grab a glob of gold and dump it on your head. There you go. Yes, there's a Final Fantasy XI. No, I'm never covering it. Never. You would, I'd say without joking and without hyperbole, you would have to hit the millions range to get me to consider streaming FF11. Screw that goddamned game. No offense to anybody who enjoyed it. Just, ugh. We've sent Colton and the others to be our eyes and ears in the field. Wherever Telophoroi appear next, they'll be the first to know. Alizé's been teaching me how to cure tempering using a porxy. I must say, the thought of being in such close proximity to one of the afflicted is rather daunting. I've been keeping a good eye on the towers and telling others to do the same. Of course, I don't just mean scions. I got a whole network of scouts. We all continue to be awesome. One of the best things right here, I'm not even joking, one of the best things to come out of the Crystal Braves is Riol. Alphinaud's character progression is nice, but Riol is the real win there. Hoary Boulder certainly cut a fine figure as he set off on his latest mission. I was sad to see him leave, and my nights will be lonelier with just one brother to keep me company. Have you actually... Okay, whatever. When the tower rose up in Yangsha, my first thought was to stay in Doma to keep my grandfather safe, but when I heard the news of Bahamut's return, he bid me return to the Rising Stones to aid my fellow scions. He sends his regards, by the way. Although Arnvald and I both served as scions, I'm afraid I have had few opportunities to speak with the lad. I do hope he's fit to return to active duty soon. Yeah, why do you think I keep going over there to talk to him, Gigapudding, periodically? So, 3 quests to go, apparently. Laura, you're looking well. I take it you managed to squeeze in some rest. If you had hoping for tidings from Kral, I'm afraid we're still waiting, but we do have odd scraps of news. Scraps? Lunar primals have been popping up all over the place. They're like dark Aeon fights. Oh no. Meanwhile, talks with the beast tribes are going even better than expected. Encouraged by Uldah's progress with the Amalja, Gridania has opened negotiations with the Ixal. Wow, Gridania's doing something. All of which is obviously very encouraging. But with the Telophoroi still out there, it's not like we can afford to lower our guard. God damn it, this song. Hate this song. We've still got to do 5.238 over 643. Come bearing an invitation from the Alliance in Alamigo. Okay. What's on the agenda? I believe to share news. There's also beast tribes. There's going to be an attack. A death. A doom. Everyone's going to die. Oh, they would be so mad, Omega Legion. Elidibus would hate the fact that the process, the duty, is being interrupted. M itself would be like, what? No, you're doing it all wrong. This isn't going to... Oh, God, no. Ah! And then they go find Fandaniel and squish him like a bug. Move that you and your Stola lead the contingent. Given how long you have worked towards ending the summoning, it's only right you be present for what promises to be a historic moment. It kind of is, Ross. It's not as bad because it doesn't have lyrics, but... Oh god, imagine if this song had lyrics. Oh god. Emmerich will be there and I'd rather not be interrogated. I think I like the Endwalker Accept song better than the Shadowbringer one, now that I've been able to hear the two pretty much side by side. I know Scion isn't here anymore to hear that answer, but he asked about that earlier. Don't forget to bring me something nice from Alamigo. I brought you salt, because that's all they have! I shall take this opportunity to gain a better understanding of Sir Estinian. Being Elizon of age, it's possible we have interests in common. Mayhap I shall lend him my favorite treatise from my collection. Rianje. Don't worry, I have no plans to return to roaming in your absence. I know you'd only chase me if I did. I'm glad you're learning. We're not quite there yet, Church of Aldous. We're inches, which means we're probably about an hour away at the rate that these quests usually go. But we're there! We're there! I can feel, I can taste it! I can taste it. Okay. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know how long these are. And that will very severely change how our schedule goes. So, we'll see. Like the city-states, every beast tribe has its faction, each with their own agendas, making a peace complex a proposition. But if the Alliance can come to an understanding, it might be, well, it will be for them to resolve internal politics. The Amalja cannot be the only tribe to have been targeted by the Telephroi, and none of them will have taken kindly to having people enslaved, nor their gods turned against them. I suppose I am. The fact that our cure for tempering made it possible only heightens my... Okay, hang on. Sorry. The look on your face, eager to bear witness to another historic moment, by chance. I suppose I am, and the fact that our cure for tempering made it possible only heightens my anticipation. There we go. Oh my god, don't tell me that, Omega Legion. I can't take it, I can't take it! Even with the swift intervention of the Immortal Flames, all too many lost their lives at Pagelthon. Still closer cooperation between our people will be required if we're to thwart the Telephroi. The stupid dubs. Congratulations, Pillars of Snow. That's quite a feat. Yeah, it's the high table. Interesting. I'm surprised they remembered the... I forget what they're named.
You honor us with your presence. As there is much to discuss, let us begin.
Information on our taken brethren you have, yes? Hear it we would!
No, the bug people from Heavensward.
Ah! Beyond forgiveness these featherless ones are! With rivers of blood shall they pay. Freed our people must be!
Yeah, about that. We started shelling them recently.
We too would see your kin liberated. But ere we attempt their rescue, we must first find a means to negate the risk of tempering. Without that, we will be unable even to approach the towers, let alone contend with their defenders.
If all else fails, I've always found cannonballs quite effective.
Thank you.
And what of the prisoners? Would you see them slaughtered?
Yes.
Think for a moment. Ponder, consider, think. If Merlwyb truly intended to bombard the towers, she would have done so by now. Remember, we came here to find a solution together, did we not?
Y'Stola spoke of defenders. I but offered a means to clear a path, should you require it.
Given the enemy's capabilities, we will all need to play our part if we are to have any chance of success. For if any here should give less than their best, it will be to the cost of every living being on this star.
A paragon, the Empire, our very gods. How can we hope to prevail against such odds?
Together? That's the whole point.
That our foe is formidable, none would deny. But our strengths are many and varied. In this chamber, I see masters of strategy, masters of magic, masters of the land, the air, and the sea. And together, there is nothing in creation we cannot overcome. I beg your pardon?
What is it, Soulwalker? Do not express your passion thus. A little tricky without gills, perhaps? Suffice it to say, I am proud to be counted amongst Eorzea's finest. We Sahagin will play our part.
Guys, it's Mass Effect 3. It's finally come out. I don't know why BioWare teamed up with Square of all groups, but this is actually pretty cool. I'm with it.
We kobolds have not forgotten the crimes the Overdwellers committed against us in the past. But today we look to the future, as allies united in purpose.
Yeah, there's the Asari back there.
Make mock of the Ixal, the Paragon does! Turns kin into puppets, pits brother against brother! Free them from his grasp, we shall!
As Patriarch Zadar will attest, the Scions have granted us a means to free your brethren from their thraldom. This boon we will gladly share, that your people might never be enslaved again.
We accept! We accept!
Praise me!
The other 4 people don't have voice actors. Okay, this is too positive. What goddamn bombshell are you about to drop on us here?
It's taken a while, but I do believe we might be one step closer to a world without primals. Would that Minfilia were here to see it.
We still have a long way to go, and we're going to need a lot more Porksies. But we're moving in the right direction.
If I may have your attention, there is one other point I would like to raise. As we can all agree, freeing those held captive must take precedence over every other concern.
I mean, if you think about it, an assassination attack on this spot right now would be horrifically devastating. Think about how many heads of state are present right now. Now, a few of them would survive, including us. But
experience has taught us that none save those with the capacity to resist tempering can hope to enter the towers unscathed. And even once inside, a still greater threat may yet await them. That which we call a primal. Needless to say, if we are to succeed, engaging with such foes can only ever be considered a last resort. And so I move that we seek to prevent them from being summoned in the first place.
Oh yeah, Takoida gets where I was thinking. I guarantee you almost every faction out there, including the city-states, would say, "It was them!" And it would just dissolve immediately.
Yes! Both prayer and ether are needed for the ritual. Should either one be denied, the summoning would fail.
Indeed. And so we must endeavor to discover the source of the ether on which the process depends. Do so, and it may present a way to halt the summonings, or perhaps even neutralize the towers entirely.
A promising proposal. While you are conducting your investigations, however, we will need to remain vigilant, lest the Telophoroi commit further abductions and summon primals ere we have the means to prevent them. To stand a better chance of keeping our enemy at bay, we would do well to coordinate our defensive efforts, sending reinforcements to assist our neighbors when needed.
We Amalja would have been overwhelmed were it not for our newfound allies. But say the word, and we shall come.
I see we are all in accord. But what are we to call this proud fellowship of ours? I submit that the honor of naming it should go to the scion whose brave efforts have done so much to unite Eorzea. What say you, my friend?
Let us call ourselves the Endwalkers. I like those options. Option 1 is the Grand Company of Eorzea. Option 2 is... I would call it... One moment, please. I used to be put on the spot here. God.
But that's the name I...
A fine choice, for there is none here who does not love Eorzea.
Aye, in that we shall ever be united.
United in our gratitude for the realm that gave us life.
Sure, I'm here too.
And let it be recorded that on this day, the Grand Company of Eorzea was born.
Sorry for stepping on your toes, Alphino. But I remembered.
How long have we dreamed of this moment? And now that it's here, Oh, forgive me. Might we speak outside?
Yeah, sure. Let's walk outside, and then... it's destroyed. That's the end of it. We have won over the leaders, now the leaders must win over the people. No small task, I grant you, but we have come a long way since we first joined with Minfilia to bring an end to summoning. Long, long way. The Grand Company of Eorzea. I wonder what Riol and the other Crystal Braves will think of it. Forgive me for observing, but Alphino seems less than jubilant. Might his thoughts still be preoccupied by Arnvald? It's a pity it took the threat of annihilation for everyone to cast their grievances aside, but better late than never, I suppose. Nothing big, Terra. Just amazingness! Well now, if we're out of earshot of the other delegates, I hope you'll forgive me if I speak my mind. Let's begin by saying I have dreamed of this day since the moment I first set foot on these shores, and I was heartened as anyone to see the people of Eorzea pledge their solidarity. But even as they uttered their declarations, all I could think was the conflict would come. The sacrifices needed made, the lives lost, inevitabilities I still struggle to accept. But at least there's hope. The formation of the Grand Company of Eorzea is the first step of many. Many more. Dun dun dun. It's... Oh, it's... Honey. It's honey. Bonnie. Elder Seed's here. How might we be of service? I seek Master Alphino's assistance in a matter involving Gridania's neighbors, the Sylphs. Why are you still in this story? Go away, Gridania. Nobody likes you. I know that you and yours have kept a weather eye on crystal trade, and better to predict the coming of Primal, so you'll be familiar with the sylphs of the Ash Crown Consortium. Through their dealings, they have cultivated relations not only with the city-states, but the other communities beside. Listen, nobody actually likes Gridania. They like the music, and they like the locale, but think about what the nation is. Think about the elements of the racism, and the huge problems, and the fact that the place is kind of its own little hellscape, and yeah, nobody actually likes Gridania. Just so. It is our hope we make use of the Sylph's established lines of communication to coordinate the effort of our new fellowship. Yet there remain certain practical differences between Trade Consortium and Grand Company. If the Sylphs are to perform their task effectively, they will require the counsel of one versed in the operational aspect of an armed force. The armed force founded with the self-same goal, no less. Do we know how old she is? Because I know she glamours herself to look older, but she's a Pajal, so. The Crystal, she's 28? Damn, she is young! The Crystal Braves, yes, forgive me, Master Alphino. I know it was the most painful chapter of your life, but the experience may yet serve the realm. In my hubris, I plotted a course for the Crystal Braves, which did a bunch of stuff in the Grand Company of Eorzea. But I'm an idiot. Maybe I asked too much of you. Not at all. You may count on my assistance. You have my gratitude and my trust. With your guidance, you made a friend. Yeah, I was going to say, the actual guild leader of the Conjuring Guild, isn't he 100-something? The guy who looks like a kid? Before committing anything to writing, there are a number of people whose thoughts I would like to hear. 200! Oh, he's even older than I thought. Former Braves. Yeah, I'll join you. I can't think of an excuse not to. I was actually wondering that, because, yeah, Isumi is, you know, the head of the Conjuring Guild and far more the Elder. Ah, well. Excuse me. That could be Zed Slayer. I actually don't know why Pillars of Snow is trying to assassinate me. Why do you always try to why is everyone trying to kill me? What did I do? Oh, the trees chose her. Oh, well, that just makes it all better, doesn't it? Frickin' elementals, I swear to God. It'll not be easy to revisit the past, but sometimes you must look back to see the way forwards. That's worrisome. I take it we'll be soon paying the Sylphs a visit. How fascinating it'll be to speak with them in person. Yeah, just make sure you dance. I beg your pardon? You know how to dance, right, Garaha? Before discussing the task at hand, I should probably admit the report I proposed is largely written. Not long after the fateful day in Ul'dah, I penned a detailed account of the organization's histories, from the events that led to the inception to the failings that brought its demise. This I did primarily as a means of taking some semblance of responsibility. I am very stabbable, I can't actually deny that. Just ask Rai. She's like, well, I could heal him, or... While I made every attempt to be objective, the account was mine alone. Its events viewed from singular perspective. For it to be of use, it must be broadened to encompass the viewpoints of all involved. Only then can it answer to that which seems most crucial. Namely, why after they disbanded did some members choose to stay and some didn't. I see. Yeah, it's the neck. It's the neck. Uh-oh. Fife, have you come to stab me as well? With arrows? That is my hope, yes. But the question I would ask are uncomfortable to some. As former commander, I doubt that those who abandon the cause would welcome my inquiries. Then Garaha and I will have to try. Meanwhile, you two can talk to the ones who kept the faith. A fine suggestion. Have care, though. Some of my former comrades are of questionable character. Meanwhile, Gaia is, like, attacking Fife over there. You have no objections? I have a mind to begin with speaking with Riol. Hell yeah! So you can barely tell I have a long neck in this outfit. Because it's properly collared. Oh my gosh. 82, Mr. Red. I don't know. Must flee these many assassins. While such briefings are seldom exciting affairs, their importance in coordinating our efforts with the Allies cannot be overstated. In that regard, Alien and Real have been most dependable. Oh, I didn't expect you here, Laura, but if you enjoy intelligence briefings, you've come to the right place. Man, I love intelligence briefings. Alright, we're good. Wow. No. FF14 has probably 5 to 6 times the raw number of text that WoW has, despite the fact that WoW has been around for a good 6 years longer. So, that should say something. WoW's... I don't want to say that WoW doesn't have a story, or WoW... I don't want to get across the misconception that WoW doesn't, doesn't have a story focus, or doesn't have, dialogue, or character, or cutscenes. But FF14 is glutted with dialogue. Yeah, Persona 5 dwarfs compared to FF14 in terms of sheer dialogue. They lean on the text button, and that's okay. It's their strength. It's just that is... There's nothing else that really compares. So, I've been assigned a task. I require members of the former members of the Crystal Braves. It should be if it isn't, Rex. So you want to know why we decided to stick with the Scions? It ain't an easy thing to put into words, that. As I once explained to Lore, I spent a long time agonizing over my failure to alert you of the traitors in our midst. For my negligence, I was captured along with many others, and we were powerless to prevent the tragedies that ensued. Not a day goes by that I don't think back to those fateful events. By joining the Scions, I hope to redeem myself, and I will continue to serve the cause as long as I'm able. We do need more Elizons. But that wasn't my only reason. When we were finally reunited at the Rising Stones, you refused to blame anyone but yourself for the fall of the Crystal Braves. And in spite of everything that happened, everything you had suffered, you took us back without a moment's hesitation. We would not have blamed you had you turned us away, but when you gave us your trust instead, what else could we do but try to repay it? Then that's what. As for my own tale, well, I've always thought the Scions have something in common with my old crew. The duty of the strong is to protect the weak. That was our creed, and I still strive to live by that to this day. But as time's gone on, I learned that strength comes in many shapes and sizes, from Hoary Boulder to Mistress Tataru. We've all got something to offer. And ain't none of us doing it for personal gain, because we believe there's more important things, things worth protecting, which is what being a Scion is all about. I'm at a loss for words. Thank you, my friends. To hear this from you means more than you know. Forgive me, Lord, could you... Yeah, sure. Why do you think the Crystal Braves ended in failure? Well, its founding ideals were something to be proud of, but ideals alone don't make a crew. For every swab who signed up with good intentions, there was another who was in it for the coin, the glory, or both. Ours was quite a disparate band, and while I'll never forgive Ilberd, who? The fact that we managed to function at all was thanks in large part to his efforts. Just a pity he was doing it for the wrong reasons, though. Only takes one bad apple, as they say, and the Braves had a barrel full of them. Not like the Scions. We might look like a ragtag band of misfits, but deep down, we've all got that shared sense of purpose. Because Tataru sifted out all the glory hunters before they made it through the door. I see. So while our ranks comprise a diverse range of people, each with their own strengths, we are united in purpose. Thank you, my friends. With your permission, I'll make a record of our discussion and refer to it when drafting my recommendations. Until we meet again. Tor is fairly dialogue-heavy. It is a BioWare game. But Tor is fully voice-acted. So, as you might imagine, it's kind of different. And it's still not at the level of FF14. STO has quite a bit of dialogue and voice acting, but nowhere near anything else we're talking about. STO is just a smaller MMO than anything else I've agreed to cover, let's put it that way. After the Company of Heroes went their separate ways, I did try working on my own for a bit. And I'll admit it was nice to be able to pick my own battles, but if you want to make a real difference, you need a good crew to stick with them. Speaking of former Crystal Braves, I've not seen Irmgus of late, constantly went on missions as he is. Wonder how he fares. That is true, Wedlock. I should mention that as much as I fling a lot of mud at Tor, and I do, it does a lot very well on the story axis. In fact, I was referencing it just last night when I was discussing the Trek rewrite with Lore Reloaded, who has also played all the way through at all 8 classes. Well, I think we've taken up enough of our colleagues' time, and I am conscious that less life-affirming testimonies await. Let us make our way to Gridania. Yeah, I would struggle to think of a real solid chunk of gameplay in Tor that's good. Like, I'm pretty sure we gave gameplay positives. But, you know... Jeez Louise, Ina Michelle. Yeah, 14 is dialogue heavy. But yeah, so one other thing... okay. Do you mind if I talk about WoW for a second? And if you do, sucks to be you. I'm sorry, I don't mean that. I'm just joking. It's a way to cover up how embarrassed I am to constantly bring up WoW. So, I have 1 second to talk about WoW. Okay, I'm gonna stretch this out. I'm gonna make this happen. Okay. Are these people online? Well, one of them isn't. Get out of here. I can't. Oh my god, Rise the head of the party. No! 10 seconds! Okay, I'm ready. I can't do it in 10 seconds. WoW, so those of you who've played WoW, you know what I mean. But those of you who haven't, when you talk to someone to get a quest pickup, a window very, very similar to this right here. Do you see this right here? Pops up. Now that window is the initial quest text, right? That quest text it's limited in character size. I forget the number, forgive me. It's like 300 characters. It's relatively small. So they have had to... Now, there's reasons for that. It's because they weren't expecting quests to be the main content of the game, because they were stupid, because they played EverQuest. But the point is, that became the main content of WoW, and so the majority of the story had to go into that. Yeah, so they have one... Actually, they have 3. There's pick up the quest, quest in progress, quest concluded. And those are the 3 dialogue boxes they have. Now, they've made that work over the years, but the reason I bring it up is FF14 has no such limitation. They can have theoretically, well, I actually don't know if this is true, but they can have a huge number of text box after text box after text box, and just write War and Peace in the quest if they wanted to. So they don't have to be verbose. The thing is, both MMOs have used this to good and bad effect relative to playing to their strength, because WoW, rather than trying to shove its quests, its story into that box, started really leaning into this new tech they were coming up with, which was the in-game cutscene. There's a reason why so much of the story in WoW is told during dungeons, while you're doing a quest, while you're running around playing the game. This is why they leaned that way. Because they had to. Because they were so limited on that quest box. By contrast, 14 almost universally pushes the entirety of its story into its actual cutscenes, into the quests, because they have that infinite canvas which they can use to that effect. And it's interesting to see how the two have branched out like that, given their perspectives. By contrast, FF14 does very, very little with its in-game cutscenes, almost all of which are limited to dungeons and raids. It's just interesting to see the contrast between the two, and how they developed because of their own systems, because of their limitations. When Alize set her mind on something, there's no stopping her, and her mind was set on finding former Braves. For a while, I feared what she might do to them, but she was admirably civil, for the most part. On the way here, I took the opportunity to write up my notes for our conversation with Alien and Riol. All that remains is to add Alize and Garaha's findings, wherever they might be. Oh yeah, one last thing. This is why the incorrect impression that WoW doesn't really have a strong story focus exists. Because the overwhelming majority of its story can be completely skipped effortlessly. You pick up the quest, you hit go, and then you could just go do the quest and ignore the characters who are still talking and are still interacting with the events around you, because you're just doing the XIV and then going back to turn it in, right? So you can just completely bypass all the story, and several players do, and, you know, whatever. And there you have it. Thanks to Tataru's ever-dependable intelligence, we managed to track down a handful of former Braves without any great difficulty. Some were forthright, others less so, but we heard enough to form a picture. I must warn you, some of their comments were harsh. I can imagine, but their opinions are no less vital. I seek the unvarnished truth. Thank you. Let me attend to my report. I shan't keep you waiting long. I know how playful the sylphs can be. Yeah, as much as I can't believe I'm saying this, WoW would probably benefit from having more in-engine cutscenes rather than in-gameplay cutscenes. Push more for what FF14 does. You can still skip them, just like you can skip them in 14, and you should always have the option to skip the cutscenes. But I feel like several more players would be aware of the story if they kind of had to see it, you know? If it was there, and they're like, oh, right, okay. If you have to hit escape yes every time, you might be a little bit more aware of the fact that the story exists. Now that I think about it, the four of us, only you and Alphino can't have any real experience in conversing with the sylphs. Only you and Alphino have experience in conversing with the sylphs. Still, it can't be that hard, can it? Though I had the honor of sharing a table with Elder Frixio and El Amigo, I did have the opportunity to speak with them. But my studies have granted me sufficient grasp of his people's customs. I don't know, I don't mind the flapping mouths, because they do it here, too. FF14 leans on the flapping mouths. Welcome, brave ones, and friends of brave one. How good it is to see walking ones again, so soon after the meeting. Should this one perform the customary dance of greeting? See? Flappy mouths. No, be at ease. It is true these ones delight in making walking ones dance, but no more. Horned one Kane Senna said that walking ones would be coming to little solace. Imperial ones also invaded Sylphlands and abducted many of these ones, so these ones will be glad to bear messages between fighting friendly ones. I suppose that's true. WoW is substantially more animated. Like, that feels weird, but you know what I mean, right? Like, you know, rather than being like this, a WoW character will be like, and, you know, so, yeah. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. That is heartening to hear, Elder. It will require all ones to work in unison to stop the Telepheroi. These ones will try very hard, of course, but in matters of war, these ones have little experience. Any advice walking ones can provide will be most welcome. I recommend dancing. Ellie, you must come quickly. What's the matter? Don't tell me you couldn't read my handwriting. No, a Twin Adder officer accosted me as I was about to set out. Sharlayan has sent an envoy, who's doing Gridania at any moment. Could it be Kryl has managed to sway the Forum? Really unlikely. Yeah, that's bad. Why would they want to see us specifically? Wait, is it who I think it is? It is. I could scarcely believe it myself, but when I was inquired of the envoy's identity, I was told it was Fauchelon Levoulier. Your father? Well, now, the fact that a serving member of the Forum had journeyed here would be surprise enough, but him? Quite. I glean from this they are taking the matter seriously. Yeah, this is bad. There may be, but why him and not one of the other 98 Forum members, unless he volunteered for it? It has been some time since you lost sight of your father, has it not? Could it be he's concerned for your well-being? Oh, Garaha. No. No, he's garbage. And whenever we write our parents, it is invariably our mother who replies. Nevertheless, I welcome the opportunity to meet him after so long, even if it is secondary to his true purpose here. Yeah, I was gonna say, time to meet the dad, who I'm gonna beat the snot out of for misabusing my nephews. Or my nephew and niece. What's the gender-neutral term of over and down when it comes to family? You know, siblings, for example. There isn't one in English, of course there isn't. Fine. My nephew and niece. My kiddos. Never mind, there'll be time to talk later. This one won't keep walking ones from urgent matters. Go! My nibblings! My nibblings! The audience will be held at Lotus Stand, where the Elder Seed Seer awaits us even now. Let's go. Dude, I know I kind of joke a lot on this show because I'm trying to keep a general tone of levity throughout, but let me be very clear. My character has adopted Alphino and Alize. The reason I, in real life, tend to think of them as niece and nephew is because I have a niece in real life, so I kind of have a built-in emotional connection at that level. Like, I understand what that feels like. But you get my point? If they have to be my kiddos, as in actual children, properly adopted, then done. Just done. Sign the paperwork, here we go. Shunk. Oh, hi, Sarah. Wait a minute. Sarah. Why is your hair not white? Why is your... Wait. Aha! Zira is half runner. You can see. See, it's got the white streaks going on. There we go. That's true. Pillars of Snow is as well. For all this time, it'll be good to see my father. Really? 99 may seem like a lot of members, but before the Forum was founded, every person of age in Sharlayan was given equal to its governance. Many of the institutions that are still active today were established by the people's vote, not the least the Studium. As Alize and I were constantly reminded during our time there, it's an example of what can be achieved through absolute democracy. I'm not going to give my opinions on an absolute democracy. During my time in Sharlayan, I heard much of Bob. He's a gifted speaker, known amongst other things for the uncompromising application of foreign policy. Oh, that sounds great. So, word of Master Bob's visit took us quite by surprise. When the Alliance granted Mistress Kryle's permission to request Sharlayan aid, we did not anticipate a prompt reply, much less it would be delivered by a member of the Forum. Alright, here we go. I'm ready. Well, we're not done yet, Grouchy. Okay. Try not to be biased.
Elder Seeds here. I thank you for granting me this audience. I am Fortuno Leveilleur, here in my capacity as representative of the Forum.
I didn't even catch that he said it so quickly.
It is I who should thank you, Master Fortuno, for journeying so far and so swiftly. Would that our first meeting could have been under happier circumstances.
It has been too long, Father. You look well.
As do you both. Ameliance will be glad to hear that you are taking care of yourselves.
How is Mother?
Yeah, nothing too bad so far.
She misses you terribly, of course, but is otherwise a picture of health. Circumstances apart, I'm grateful that our meeting has afforded me the chance to be reunited with my children at long last. And I believe I also owe you thanks for the hospitality you showed my father, Louisois, during his sojourn in Eorzea.
I know who Louisois is.
To him. In the days prior to the 7th Umbral Calamity, it was your father's tireless efforts which granted us a means to vanquish the primals. Were it not for him, our strength would have been quite spent by the time the Empire arrived. That Gridania still stands is in large part his achievement. He was a great man.
Wait, so it's his fault that Gridania is still around? Damn it!
He would doubtless have been moved to hear you say so. I must confess, however, that I opposed his decision to intervene. And my position remains unchanged.
To chart the course of history, not to change it. I am familiar with the Sharlayan stance.
It is more than that. It is our way of life. Who we are.
Oh, so you're the Federation.
But I came here not to deliver a lecture, but the Forum's answer to your request. Sharlayan will under no circumstances intervene in the conflict between Eorzea and the Garlean Empire.
You realize that's not what we asked you for, right?
May I ask for what reason the Forum has come to this decision? The final days spell the end not only for Eorzea, but the entire world.
The final days? Pray spare me your hyperbole. This conflict is no more than the latest in a series of petty squabbles between yourselves and Garlemald. One in which Sharlayan will take no part. If the final days were truly upon us, we would know.
Father, you must ask the Forum to reconsider. You may feel safe on your little island across the waves. But if you imagine the Telophoroi will leave you be, you are mistaken. They mean to kill us all, themselves included.
Alphino is right. We have seen what the enemy is capable of, the lengths to which they'll go. This is no time to turn a blind eye. If Eorzea falls, so too will Sharlayan. So if you truly love our homeland, you will join us. Now, before it's too late.
You know, I can see where ARR, Alphino, and Alize got it from.
I thought you knew better than to raise your voice to your elders. It seems I was wrong. Wrong to ever let you leave, Sharlayan. I consoled myself that your time abroad would instill in you some hint of restraint, of discipline. But I see now that Eorzea has made fools of you both. Have you forgotten why it was that I so vehemently opposed your grandfather's departure?
Yeah, but I thought the stool softener helped with that.
For all his wisdom, his only solution was to go to war. Death, devastation, ruin. Even those who claim victory are scarred for life. What prize could ever justify such sacrifice?
You're an idiot.
It is the duty of the learned to avert such tragedy. By fanning the flames of war, you forsake all you once held dear.
What story is that? There's some game or show or movie that I've seen, and I can almost picture it in my head, where someone's like, yes, we don't go to war, we talk our way, we are learned and we are wise, and they go over and they work with the people, and the evil people betray them, and it's like, no, how could you betray us? You fool! No, not FF8. I mean, FF8 did do that, but that's not the instance I'm thinking of. Although you're right, Fisherman's Horizon is actually a great example of what I'm talking about. To ignore the plight of to ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence.
I see your friend shares your misguided ideals. But unlike him, you should know better. By espousing such barbaric notions, you subvert the teachings of Sharlayan and place all we have worked for in jeopardy.
I think Farscape is the specific instance I was thinking of. Because, yeah, Farscape did that, too. But no, the FF8 example is a good one. I think we'll stick with that. Fisherman's Horizon. Idiots.
Alphino, Alize, as of this moment, you shall no longer bear the name of Leveilleur.
Good. So, let's see. Alphino runner, Alize runner. It has a bit of a ring to it.
What?
Father. How you choose to live your lives is no longer my concern. If you wish to walk the path of ruin, I will not stand in your way.
Yeah, okay. I know I literally just said how my character adopted these people. I think at this point it becomes an official, on paper, legal adoption, if we're all cool with that. We're all cool with that, right?
Master Fourcheneau, while Sharlayan may have no intention of intervening in this conflict, we can still part as friends. Will you not stay and speak with us, that we might learn of Sharlayan's hopes for the morrow?
I have said what I came here to say. Any further discussion would be meaningless.
We need to get him more stool softener, apparently.
Father!
Industrial grade.
Don't bother, Alize!
How can you stand there and watch him walk away? How can you let this happen?
Well, I have a better father right over here. Seriously, though. Jesus Christ. Wow. Just wow. And that just 180 in a hurry. Oh, it's good to see you, kids. You're pathetic and terrible, and I hate you. God. It was not so long ago we had a friend and neighbor in Sharlayan, and I clung to the hope that she might lend us her aid. But when she forsook Dravania, it would seem we should... Jesus Christ. In order to avoid conflict with Garlemald, the Forum went so far as to order the abandonment of entire city-state. Their refusal to aid us now is, I'm sorry to say, entirely consistent with their historic position. Yeah, he did that in public during a diplomatic meeting. That's... wow. It is we who walk the path of ruin. Time will tell. So that's what he came to say? We were fools for having the temerity to defend ourselves against the Telephoroi. As for the rest, like it or not, this is the Forum's decision. To watch from afar while Eorzea burns. I mean, that's what they think's going to happen, but they're extremely stupid, because what's going to burn is a little bit bigger than one little continent, or one little peninsula, excuse me. Father was but the messenger, and as he handed on their judgment, I could think of nothing to say that could possibly sway him. I still can't. To have prolonged the discussion would have changed little, for it is not only Master Fourcheneau who must be persuaded, but the Forum as a whole. We must go to Sharlayan. Please don't send me to Sharlayan. I know I go to Sharlayan. Please don't send me there. Forgive me that. Okay. Picture Sharlayan, and then picture I'm walking in, like walking, just slash walking, and just picture the song, I Came In Like a Wrecking Ball. Forgive me, but they had no intention of helping us. Then why would they go to the trouble of sending an envoy in the first place? Why would they not simply keep their counsel as they want to do? And like, as I'm walking, like the guards are charging me, and I just effortlessly sweeping them away. Came in like a wrecking ball. Oh, has Master Fourcheneau arrived yet? As I feared, my efforts were in vain. I pleaded my case to as many Forum members as I could, but they flatly refused to discuss the matter. That's not exactly true. They say they were ignored every word I said on the subject without exception. It was almost unnerving. Could it be they're hiding something from us? That might go away to explaining his performance. When he said they would know if the final days were upon us, I dismissed it as pride, but what if they genuinely believe they know how the world will end and simply disagree about the circumstance? That I don't know, but something tells me they're not as unconcerned about the Telephoroi as they claim. If the threat weren't real, why else be so standoffish and secretive? I'd very much like to delve deeper into this, but I'm afraid I've exhausted every avenue of inquiry. Could you send me a wrecking ball, please? You got it! Yes, I have, Driftwolf. Obstructed at every turn. So it would seem, but we don't need to lose heart yet. With all the knowledge and acquaintances we have between us, we can find a way forward. To that end, I would like you all to join me here when the time is right, of course. Yeah, I know, I'm going to Sharlayan. There are... Please do. I'll be polite. Yeah, exactly. I just show up like Darth Vader in Rogue One. Just walking. Just walking. That's actually a phrase I've used very deliberately. Death walking is when you can afford not to try to defeat your enemy, to put it simply. When you are so much higher tier than your opponent that you can just walk casually through. Your speculations give me cause to hope, yet if these seeds bear fruit, I cannot say. While it's possible the Sharlayans hide some secret truth from us, there can be no certainty that its exposure will prompt them a change of heart. As for the present, we must needs confront the plight in which we find ourselves. The Forum... Someone kill Rax for me really quick, please. Has refused our request for aid, and it falls to us to contend with the Telephory. With all of yours... Oh my god, you're right. I just realized. Sorry, it just clicked with me. Obviously, you know... None of these are food. Or not food, rather. It just clicked with me that the double amusement here is Dulia Chai, who adopted Alphino. And, you know, the father who just abandoned them. What? She just knows across time and space and another dimension. She's just like, wait a sec. Run! And she just runs to Gridania to beat the snot out of him. Oh, With their knowledge, Sharlayan could have done so much for the cause. They could have helped us uncover the secrets of the towers and save the tempered captives within, and God... Throughout my childhood, I remember grandfather arguing with my father over Sharlayan policy of non-intervention. And this time it was my turn to play the role. Prepare my shuttle. I sense my child is in danger. Da 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 da. But even if my grandfather could not win him over, what chance had I? If words exist that may sway him, I know not what they are. Oh, man. The forum includes representatives from all of Sharlayan's central institutions. With them hindering Krell's investigation, she will struggle to make any headway on her own. You know, if I could jump in here really quick, I think that certain scene does deserve a positive. I was debating it for a bit. How do you spell Jackass's name? Or Shen Alt. Jackass. Perfect. You know, we got Louis Swa, we got Jackass. That's his name, by the way. That's just what his name is from now on. And we've got these two, right? And I just want to comment on something I've said 1,000 times. Family is chosen. I've said that a few bajillion times, and I keep saying it because the older I get, the more evidence I see of it. Now, obviously, this is fiction, but I've seen this in real life. I've seen people whose biological, one-step-away relatives are... Like, you would never know. You would never guess that they are that much better / worse than them, right? Like, it's just, what? That's your father, or that's your kid, or that's your brother, or whatever? It's insane in some cases. But anyways. Death unto Dawn, that's the last one. Let's see what happens here. Which I know because it's the name of the patch. While Sharlayan's stance is indeed disappointing, we cannot allow ourselves to be distracted from the challenge before us. There is much more to be done. I shall begin by sharing the forum's response with my counterparts. Meanwhile, grave tidings, grave tidings. What's up? Is that a Moogle or that's a self? Calm yourself, my gentle friend. What has occurred? The ones who went to free the feathered ones sent terrible news. Destroying ones have appeared in Zelfatol. Really? Okay. Destroying ones and captured ones and even frightfully godly ones. Feathered ones didn't stand a chance and were set flapping and squawking. I wouldn't recommend eating your family, Valerian, just as a personal thing. Stick with the dogs. Damn it, Cashel. What's your name? Foshino Jackass. And you two shall never again have the Jackass name. Too late, yes, much too late. But luckily, destroying ones were only passing through and continued on west. Feathered ones did not fight and were left unharmed. Ah! Yes, that would be Kurthus. Damn it. Hang on, I'm sorry. I got something... Like, I actually have something stuck in my eye. No tears. You can tell because of my tone. It's always obvious when I'm holding back tears. This is more... Ah! Ah! There we go. Okay. There we go. Okay. My lady, the Ishgardians report the Telefari have emerged from the eastern highlands of Kurthus and are marching at speed. No, Cashel, unless they're dead. Though their purpose has yet to be determined, the Cartno Flats would seem their most likely destination. Lord Emmerich has already dispatched his forces. I'm sorry, I just pictured Cashel being like, Lore said it's okay to kill them, as long as I eat them. So, the time has come for the Grand Company of Eorzea to prove its worth. Hey Evo, you just missed Jackass of the Year. May happen as a mercy, we do not have time to stew upon our misfortunes. Come, my friends, let's make haste to Cartno. Wait, I'm sorry, we're going to Cartno? I feel like I missed that step. This one almost forgot. Destroying one said to be led by cackling robed one. This one must see all the walking ones. Farewell. Okay, good, Cashel, good. Van Daniel? Who else? Only a matter of time that grinning maniac showed himself again. Yeah, I noticed, so I forgot to comment on this. There's a lot of wrapping up before the finale. Have you noticed that? The whole lot of these last 8 quests have been very tying up threads and concluding arcs and building to the finale, which is interesting, especially considering A, we have an entire expansion to come, and B, it's probably the finale expansion. Now, there's no spoilers there. That's not something I was spoiled for. I myself have predicted for years that the post-Shadowbringers expansion, before we even had a name for it, would be the finale expansion. So, another 9 hours? Okay, so I recommend ibuprofen with Dayquil. That's one of my go-to tricks for that kind of thing. If that doesn't work, a little bit of exercise that gets your oxygen moving is really helpful. Helps the blood pump, and it helps to pull down headaches a little bit. Well, like I said, this is I said that even before I knew it was called Endwalker. It's like, okay, yeah, Endwalker, got it. It's the end. We got it. Hi, Zira. The half-runner. Wait, that means I adopted Zira, technically. Well, that's okay. Laura, it seemed Fordola came all the way from Gridania to find us. All the way to Gridania. I have much to explain, but she insists her business is urgent. It'll be over sooner if you shut up and come with me. Join us, Zira. Join us. I mean, Zira is one of the only Mikote here, so... Hey, Arnvald. In a wheelchair.
Arnvald! I can't tell you how good it is to see you.
It arrived a lot sooner than expected, eh? The day I craned my neck up at you.
Oh, God.
Only because you're sitting down. Unless...
Afraid so. The Chirurgeons say I may never walk again.
Speaking as a former wheelchair-bound, I feel that.
Come on, Alfino, it could be worse. Besides, I didn't come here to dampen the mood. Quite the opposite.
You can tell I'm such a cynical bastard, because my first thought is, thank God he lived. I thought they were going to kill him. I really did. I even called it. Hell, they could do much worse than kill him. They could do much worse than this and not kill him.
All I've ever wanted was to fight for a cause I believe in. But my fighting days are over. So I want you to fight in my stead. Be the hero I can't.
I am no hero.
That's what they all say, though. No one ever calls themselves a hero. Even the ones who eat primals for breakfast. It's for others to decide. Look, Alphino. You already are a hero. To me and countless others. We see you doing your damnedest to protect us all. And you're not alone, are you? There are people who believe in you, just as you believe in them.
There's a weird emotional sensation. I hope to God none of you in chat have ever felt this. It's when something really bad happens, but then it's not as bad as it could have been. And that moment right there, when the realization clicks in, it's this weird sensation of, like, relief. Like, you take it more positively than you probably should. Just because it's like, oh, thank God, you know? Later on, you might have other disparate reactions, and those could branch out a little bit, but that one moment is its own little... the exhale. And I feel like that's exactly what Arnvald's going through right now. Because I think Arnvald is not an idiot, and is probably aware of the fact that he nearly died. We'll be sure to give your regards to Zeleferoi.
I know what's at stake, and how many people are depending on you. But I believe in you. Believe that you'll see it through. That's why I'm entrusting my dreams to you. Like Albert and Owley once entrusted their dreams to me.
There was a time when I would have borne the weight of such expectations without a second thought.
Yeah, I was about to say. There's that other theme. One last time, apparently. The theme of legacy.
But now, I know just how heavy that burden can be.
Ironically, I would ask Fordola to watch him for Suicide Watch. I know that sounds strange, but really. It would also kind of help her to get through this, because you can guarantee she's going through some stuff right now, too.
To tell the truth, I'm beginning to wonder if I chose the right path. Sacrifices will inevitably be made for the sake of the ideals I uphold. Maybe I am not the person I thought I was. The person you think I am.
I wouldn't presume to tell you. But I will say this. In spite of everything, you've come this far. The road ahead might not always be clear, but you've never been one to give up or take the easy way out. And everything you do for others. For a brighter future. I'm proud to call you my friend. Well, I've said my piece, so I'll let you go. I know you've got more important things to be doing. Just give what I've said some thought, all right?
See, this time, that's not something caught in my eyes. God damn. This is good.
I shall, my friend. And we will meet again soon, I promise.
Okay, so I gotta go kill a lot of people. It's okay, it's what I'm good at. I'm gonna start with their ex-dad. Because he's close.
Nothing left for me to do but wave and smile.
That is not true. Let's still go talk to Tataru about that, first of all.
You've got a pretty narrow view of what it means to be a hero. Do you know that?
Seriously, like, I wasn't joking. I'm just going to headcanon it right now. As I'm leaving, I turn to Ferdola and say, just make sure he doesn't kill himself, okay? Take after him. And then I just keep going, because we are in a hurry. We got a lot to do.
You think they're all forged in the fires of battle? That it's all about being brave and killing villains? Alphino and the others will carry on their fight. But theirs isn't the only one. There are other ways you can make a difference. If you stop feeling sorry for yourself and put your bloody mind to it.
There's not much chance of me living the quiet life with you around, is there?
If you're content to twiddle your thumbs thinking of what might have been, that's your lookout. But I reckon you've got some fight left in you.
And I reckon you might be right. If there's a way I can still help my friends, I'll bloody well find it.
Thank you. That rift person, excuse me. Much appreciate, much obliged, as always. Thank you. If you know where you want that to go, do please let me know. Oh! And now I can do this. I gotta go kill a bunch of people. And I mean a bunch of people. There's just, I'm just gonna make a wrecking ball. I'm just gonna go in like a wrecking ball. Let's just admit it. Confess. Embrace. After Pagelthon, I assumed the Telophoroi would continue to target settlements, but it's plain they considered Zelphatol a mere obstacle on the road to Cartano. What then draws them to the flats? Yeah, what indeed? Real mist, you got it. Done. Yeah, it's the dreaded glow. Negative to gameplay. I rather doubt that Ferdola obtained the surgeon's permission before bringing Arnvald halfway across the realm. And solely to deliver a message. They should have both known better, but what's done is done, and I will not forgive his words. You know, I could go in as a paladin. You can tell me what that was about later. Judging by the set of Alphino's jaw, it seems to have done him some good. Thancred and the others have already left the Rising Stones, and according to communications officers, Amalja and Kobold forces are bound for Cartano as we speak. They mean to keep the promise they made in Alamigo, and we must do the same by saving as many of their tempered kin as possible. Upon joining the Battle of Cartano, several cutscenes will play in sequence. And no, there's no easy mode. I mean, I think I can fail to get an easy mode, but we are not doing it. You can see right there. There's no easy mode toggle. I'll never go as Reaper. So anyways, I started reaping.
My fellow Scions, as I am sure you will have heard, we can expect no help from Sharlayan. Nor are we any closer to discerning the Telophoroi's grand design.
Wait a minute, Sharlayans are Garleans! It all makes sense! Cracked the code.
And now, our adversary moves against us in unprecedented numbers, compelling us to answer in kind. The outlook, in short, is bleak. Yet though our foes are many, and we but few, we may still tip the balance in Eorzea's favor.
Of course. We will do what we always do. Deal with the ones our allies can't. A less than daunting prospect, judging by your expression. Could it be that you've dispelled your lingering doubts, Alphino?
Yeah, well, his dad literally just disowned him, and his best friend is crippled, possibly for life, so, you know, it's been a minute.
Oh, I doubt I ever will. But as my friends have kindly reminded me, I have come this far, and that must count for something.
This is the thread again, or the eyelash. I have tears, eyelash, and then more eyelash. Ah, okay, here we go.
Gods be good, Alphino. That's what we've been trying to tell you all along.
For one so bright, you can be remarkably dim at times.
Hey.
There is such a thing as overthinking, you know.
Might I suggest that we continue this conversation after the battle? It would appear that Telophoroi have already arrived.
Well, I hope you are enjoying Nemesis. I haven't really been vocal about the fact that this is actually new ground for the show. But those of you paying attention to the thing, and I know some of you in Discord only noticed, this is actually new ground for the show. This is our very first premiere lore run.
I'll do what I can to cure the Tempered, but they'll have to be incapacitated first.
Have care, my friends, for none can say wherefore our foe did choose this fateful field to be our battleground. Whatever may transpire, pray grant him not the pleasure of deterring you.
I'm gonna go ahead and say this. Judging by the time, I don't think we'll start Endwalker today. I could start it for like an hour or two, but that feels like a waste. I think I'd rather just wait until tomorrow. Start fresh. So we'll do this, and then we'll do our post-stream wrap-up, you know, our post-Shadow wrap-up. And then tomorrow we'll watch the trailer. So the Telophoroi is sweeping across the Cartno. As for the Ascian, who's briefly sighted across the battlefield but has since vanished. He likely intends to watch the events fold from afar. Thus far, the movements of the lunar primals has proved difficult to predict. Even when poised to ambush, they instead withdraw for unknown reason. Whatever the Telophoroi's plan may be, the primals are our primary targets. Understood. They will not elude the Scions for long. And hey, look, it's one of my least favorite PvP areas.
Give it on all.
I probably shouldn't pull too much, but on the other hand, I should pull everything. I do hope you have a good visit, by the way, Mr. Red. Did you just do like an AoE taunt? I'm not really racing to beat it before 6.1, but we will see. Well, we killed everything else. I guess we'll move on. I'll follow Estinian. He probably knows what he's doing. What? As the Scions spread on the field, Alizé and Graha take to the field of Telophoroi. Take the fight to the Telophoroi. What? I was about to say, I know exactly where they're going with this. And I already love it. Yep. So let's see if I can remember how to play an Alley Red Mage really quick here. Okay. Oh, whoops. That's that. Interesting AoE. Why don't I have that? Don't answer that question.
Allow me.
That is not true. Well, okay, it's totally true. But shut up. Also, all of them are like brains. Reunion. Reunion. The Temperate has gone too far to treat them on the battlefield. The only solution is turbo death. Interesting way to line things up, but whatever. I'm with it. Like I said, I'm not really in any rush. I mean, I'm always in a rush, but what I mean by that is I'm in no more rush than I always am at every moment of every day.
Just the beginning.
The only rush I was in was trying to get to a certain point to do the rest of Shadow on camera this run, which I did. Yeah, I noticed that her melee is just a straight-up cooldown, so you can just charge in 1, 2, 3. Hang on. And a second, I'm gonna charge out. Then Holy. And then I think I won Scourge. I actually can't remember the name of it. I am very curious. So, I guess I'll go ahead and talk about this now. Shadow is obviously just amazeballs, and I kind of stand by my comparison of it to Legion to continue that particular comparison. What I really find myself wondering is what Endwalker will end up being. I will admit, I don't really have what I would call expectations in the strictest sense of the word. I don't want you to say anything. I don't want you to say a damn thing. But there's a lot of ways this could go. If I might talk about WoW for 5 seconds. The failure of BFA was multifaceted and many-fold, but it really, the biggest thing that BFA failed at was they didn't come up with a new story arc. That's what they should have done. Legion was the conclusion of the story arc, so they needed to come up with a new story arc to go forwards, and they didn't. Now, I've already given my statement that in many ways FF14's story arc has, you know, concluded. Oh, apparently I have to go click a pig. Got it. I'm like, what do you want me to do? Nothing really indicated that. I mean, he mentions curing the tempered, so that's whatever, I suppose. Anyways, so... I mean, you can conclude twice. That is actually a thing you could do. It is possible that Endwalker can continue to be Legion in the equivalency, or it could be a BFA, or it could be a Shadowlands. Or it could be a Wrath. Or something else entirely. I don't know. Oh yeah, Endwalker gets a negative right out the gate. We've actually already discussed this. In fact, I think I've already put it on the list. Nope, apparently I haven't. That's true. It's possible to go up from Legion. WoW could still go up from Legion, they just haven't. Although, to continue the parallel, it could be that Shadow was Pandaria, and Endwalker could be Legion, and vice versa. Did you see that? The glyph? Yes, how worried should we be? Well, I don't know. But yes, Endwalker has already gotten a negative for launch. Only one. It would be worse if not for the fact that, as we all know, there really wasn't much they could do about it. So it's not, you know, more negatives. But let's be clear, no matter why it sucks, it sucks. It was an unacceptable launch. The end. There's no changing that. There's no altering that. So, listen well and judge for yourself. Though I can see the ethereal currents, I had not thoroughly examined those that flow to the heart of Cartano, but now I'm here, things have become clear. The flats conceal an etheric confluence like to the pillars of Azim Step, but greater in scale, far greater. The glyphs that Fandaniel has conjured reach into its very midst. Yeah, exactly, Breakfast Sampler. We all understand that there are reasons, and I sympathize, I really do. But I believe I know their purpose. Should the lunar primals destroy them, it would spark a chain reaction with the potential to obliterate the confluence entirely. The resultant disruption to the flow of ether would sow chaos amongst the elements, prompting earthquakes, floods, and tempests large enough to lay waste to the realm. That he would go so far cometh as little surprise. We must needs protect the confluence at all costs. Agreed, Rax. Odin? Oh god. Astrologian. Okay, hang on. Oh, Galide? This should be fun. You have to tank him on the confluence. Thank you, Thancred. I have a buff. There are several days where, when I was doing prep work for the run, I literally couldn't. Because I couldn't queue. Because I couldn't get in.
I shall protect you.
Maybe I did that too early. Nope, we're okay. Okay. That's an interesting mechanic. We saw that with Lunar Bahamut.
May the 12 guide you.
A shrinking telegraph instead of an expanding one, which we've seen many times. And yeah, that's another thing. They needed specific hardware for the servers, not just any hardware. Again, it's not like I don't understand, and it's not like I don't sympathize. That's why it is only one negative. Otherwise, it would honestly probably be more. If this was an action of negligence, ow, or them screwing up, yeah, no, it would be more than one negative, guaranteed. I mean, it's not just a long queue time, which is bad. There were instances of people getting kicked because of bugs or issues. Or how about the fact that if anything goes wrong, well, that queue you've been in for 3 hours just got reset, and now you go all the way back to the beginning of the queue.
Away with you!
Yeah. There were several times when I sat in the queue because I actually had time. And, you know, got disconnected and gave up because I no longer had time as a result of the delay of being pushed to the back of the queue. So, this is not just presumption, and this is not just third-party information, but this is stuff I myself experienced. So, again, there is 100% no way whatsoever, anything, that you can talk me down from one negative. people have already talked me down for more than one negative. There's no need to fight that fight. It's already been won. Thancred, can't target Thancred, can't target Thancred. There we go. 3 negatives for a bad launch. I mean, Wrath would come to mind. Immediately. Have you not heard of my story about during... I guess it's not really Wrath itself so much as the launch event. But, when I was hovering over Serpentine Caverns, because it was the only sub-zone of the zone that was actually working properly. If I was to try and leave that sub-zone, I would immediately be left in-game, unable to log out or be disconnected. So I'd have to log in as a separate character while my other character was still logged into the game. Meanwhile, Garaha, Tia, and Alize prepared to lock swords with Lunar Ravana. I was actually about to ask, who summoned Odin? Let me guess, we're playing Garaha. Okay, so... okay. Okay, so he's a white black mage. Why can't I play as this? Alright, whatever. And there's Break, which we've actually already talked about. Okay, let's do it. That's a good question, Tim. I'm not sure. I feel like I'm trying to think of another bad launch negative that doesn't have to do with servers, and for some reason my brain's just blanking, probably because I'm tired and I have a bit of a headache, so I apologize. I was actually about to ask if each transition is a checkpoint. Ooh, yeah, Diablo 3. That's a good example. Although, I think that was server issues. I don't remember what that was off the top of my head.
I have you now.
I don't have an AoE, do I? I need to do this. Okay, I'll just stand here and be useless for a second. I can't get my mana back. I don't know, Cashel. I mean, I suppose my default answer is no. But mostly because of the whole playground concept we've talked about several times. Yeah, I need to catch up on healing. This is an interesting idea. You have black mage's mana regen, but you have access to heals. So in order to heal, you have to be in ice, whatever that is. Catch up a little bit, since I screwed up there, so I'm playing a little bit of catch up. That might be... That looks interesting. Damn it, Alize, stop taking so much damage. kind of like the idea of using a Black Mage's mana regen thing as a healer. As weird as that may sound. I've talked many times about how I do healers, and I've said many times that I would focus on making healers DPSs who happen to do healing while DPSing. So you can probably see where I'm coming from on this. Yeah, you kind of get it, Pillars of Snow. Well, no, Sage, but worth a damn. Because we all know Sages suck. No, I don't mean cleric stance. That's dumb and terrible. I mean, well, okay, you know what? I don't actually feel like repeating what I mean. I mean a DPSer who happens to do healing while DPSing. That's what I mean. I have explained it in substantially more detail than that and do not feel like repeating myself right now. Because the problem is that's not what Sage is. I know you think it is, but it's not. Sage is the same as... Oh my god. Ugh. Sage is the same as every other DPS, or excuse me, healer in terms of green DPS, functionally. Because what do you do as a Sage? You put your dot up, and then you spam the same button over and over again. Right? I mean Bojo White Mage. No, I mean Black Mage, but all your spells actually heal as well. Yeah, meanwhile, Alize is just making this rough. At the self-same moment, you stand shoulder to shoulder with Alphino and Estinian going after Lunar Ifrit. That's appropriate, going all the way back to Ifrit. Actually, yeah, Jorian. I wasn't even going to reference Rift, because A, I haven't played it in years, and B, most people I know haven't played it, but yeah. Hey, it's back to being me. Well, I can't heal that thing, so... time to DPS heal. I was actually just thinking, I wonder how many people played this and are like, what is this place? I haven't even seen this map. That's just gonna hit me. That's fine, that's fine. I accept that. I'm gonna pay for that. Then we can show off those wonderful little mid-mission checkpoints. I fought Ifrit before, thank you.
You're finished!
But yeah, no, that's pretty much exactly what I want, says Slayer. I want a class designed like and to be a DPS. That does DPS, but also heals. The problem is there are many, many issues with implementing that, which I discussed in our massive discussion about that. And we've actually already had a whole discussion about this topic.
Fight on!
In fact, to be perfectly frank, I don't think that's even feasible in FF14, ever. I don't think FF14 is structured in a way that that will work out. Okay. I don't know what's going on, but... oh, it's just this phase. To my knowledge, FF14 can't do smart spells, but I may be wrong about that. Smart spells are a relatively recent induction even into WoW's existence. Yeah, smart spells. The general idea is that you hit a button, and the spell itself is capable of doing very fast and very appropriate calculations on what it then does, based on what the spell is. Like autocast on steroids. Autocast was the prototype of smart spells. Alright, let's try this out. What do we got? Jesus Christ. Is that the AoE version? Yeah, it is. Okay. Okay, that was a thing. Yeah, that... Wow! That's the first time I've actually done that. Ah, no! Come back! Be targetable! Ah, frickin' nails. Okay, fine. I'll destroy the nails! Whatever. I was gonna say, I can't do that much DPS, so... There's gotta be something that happens here. Doing the thing behind me. Heal me off of him. Wow, he is just in enrage mode, isn't he? My God, look at that. Jesus. And I don't remember which VOD that was. I'm sorry, Zetslayer. We really did have like a multi-hour discussion on DPS healing. The long and the short of it is, the only way I've ever come up with to make it work is to make everyone a DPS healer. It's the only way. I'm not going to go through all the math. Just trust me.
The plan went up in smoke. I am beginning to see why Lord Xenos thinks so highly of you. Not that this changes anything, you understand. You have merely earned yourself a stay of execution.
I would have loved it if he'd be like, well, this is... Wait, what? And you just see us, like, flying through the air, scythe at the ready. Just jam right into his face. Like, it wouldn't kill him. He's still an Ascian, but, you know, he's satisfying. Oh, yeah, and while we're hanging there, he's like, you know you can't kill me, right? As we're hanging there from the scythe, a Stardiver goes right down into his face. He's like, ah! You can't kill me! Piss off! That's when Carbuncle just bops him in the face. Ah!
How fare the tempered?
We've treated as many as we can, but some were beyond help.
Do not hang your head so, brave scions. Though not all of our captured brethren could be saved, We are grateful for those whose minds have been restored. You could do no more, and that is enough. So please hold your heads high.
Should have been quicker. But I'll do better next time.
Next time I won't run off in the wrong direction and not realize what the mid-mission objective points are.
Thank you for your kind words. They mean a lot.
A victory at great cost, but a victory nonetheless. We must stay strong and press on. Isn't that right?
I've noticed this a bit, but I thought it was just my imagination, but his expression is different. Like, the positioning of his eyes and his cheeks and his face is different, and has been, since we talked with Arnvald. I mean, one battle at a time. We'll get there.
That Agreed. We will!
Oh, hey, it's the moon. Is that a whale? Yeah, in case you didn't know, we're going to the moon, I think. I assume we're going to the moon. I actually don't know. Much as I hate to interrupt the song. Also, apparently Lise was in that battle, which I only know because she's on my DPS meter. Can anyone guess how much DPS Lise did in that battle? $20? No. For record, I was doing 1,400, which is kind of average for not really trying. 4%? Okay. She was doing 0.1 damage per second. Every 10 seconds, she did 1 point of damage. Thought you might like that. I will recommend the Alliance keep close watch over Cartino. The Telepharoi may have failed in their attempt to destroy the Confluence this time, but there's not to stop them from trying again. Throughout the battle, I could not shake the feeling that all present were performing for the amusement of Fandaniel. I was like, I'm surprised she did any damage if she was just not part of the fight. Nor did this blithe reaction to the later result give me cause to think otherwise. I can only conclude such failures are of little consequence to his broader scheme, whatever that may be. This Cartino Flats seem fated to play a prominent role in the history of the realm, do they not? I wonder, might the abundance of ether that floweth through the region have led the Allagons to entomb Omega there? It was decent of Lord Aymeric to bear us home in his airship. Gods know how we could have squeezed this many people onto the Bonanza. Many though the enemy were, their numbers consisted largely of tempered beastmen with a few lunar primals to keep things interesting. The Garleans themselves ventured little and lost less. It has never been the Empire's way to use others to fight their battles, but even they would blush at Telepharoi's use of tempered slaves. Yeah, well. The tempered that we were able to treat will be taken to the city-states for observation. As soon as the Alliance is satisfied they're fully recovered, they'll be free to return home. The close of the battle, when the clouds parted and the mood shone down, I can't express how I felt. It felt more like a beginning than an ending. Well, yeah, we got another expansion to do. Duh. God, have you not been seeing the adverts? I trust you all enjoyed a comfortable flight aboard the pride of the Ishgardian fleet. Lest you worry, the Bonanza has been towed to a nearby location to be retrieved at your convenience. You have thought of everything, Lord Aymeric. And may I say how much I appreciate the hospitality you afforded us on the way home. Think nothing of it. Our destination lay in the same direction, and it afforded me this opportunity to learn how my errant friend has been since last he took his leave. It would seem you finally found a place to settle down. I merely grew weary of wandering the Far East. We did save that little dragon kid, so that was kind of cool. And his mother. Returning to more serious matters, while the Telepharoi have been driven from Cartano, 'tis like the bulk of their forces yet remain. And the evidence of the Grand Company of Oriorza's first joint military operation, however, I am confident we have the potential to meet such threats head-on, even without the aid of you and yours. As such, we must play terrible songs. A sensible division of labor. Playing the terrible songs now will hurt the threat of the Lunar Primals. That's why they keep playing it. That's what it's all been throughout the whole game. This song hurts Lunar Primals. They knew. Given our expertise in the field of aetherology, we are better qualified to find the solution. That we are, especially should it happen to lie beyond the Alliance's dominion. There's a time and a place for formal investigations, of course, but certain secrets are wont to hide where only enterprising individuals may venture. We cannot agree more. There are none better suited to the task, nor any upon whom I would rather rely. On behalf of the Alliance, I thank you. We look forward to receiving any information you are able to uncover. And with that, I must take my leave. Should you have need of assistance, pray do not hesitate to ask. For you all, my friends. Kind of, yeah, Tara. I mean, my brother. Very proud of him. I confess I'd hoped to study the towers more closely, vital as they plainly are to the Telepharoi's plans. If we can discern their ultimate function, we'll be one step closer to understanding our enemy's grand scheme. Should we succeed in neutralizing them, of course, it's all but certain the Telepharoi will mount an all-out invasion. Then it'll begin. The one who waits at the heart of the chaos will be coming for us. For you. Yet in the end, our true nemesis may be the calamity to end all calamities. The Lavos itself! I'm ready to fight Lavos. Just give me haste and a berserk ring, and I got this. It's alright, Alpha. We need a plan, not portents. As Thancred so eloquently point out, we are in a position to seek information from all manner of places, not the least Sharlayan. According to Kral, the Forum may have been more secretive than ever of late. While this may be related to the disappearance of the Telepharoi, it remains a matter of speculation, but one thing is clear, the Forum is determined to keep us from discovering the truth. Master Jackass's performance at the Lotus Stand was enough to convince me of that. The matter beareth further investigation, I do heartily concur. Nor can I think of a more promising place to look for the answers we seek than the matter of the towers. Sharlayan has ever been a wellspring of ethereological knowledge. I care not where we go. Here or there, my lance is ready. What of you, Lore? Might you be persuaded to join us? No, I decided not to buy the expansion. Okay, option 1 is plot a course for Sharlayan. Option 3 is an island of bookworms and bureaucrats? Have we no other choice? But option 2 is if it means I can have words with Jackass. Only after I do. If he and his friends in the Forum think we leave them alone if they ignore us, they are in for a shock. I blow off Alex. It appears we're in agreement. We need to but wait for Kral to secure necessary permissions. In the meantime, there's a matter I would investigate. Does it involve tall structures? By strange coincidence, it does! At present, I have only creeping suspicion, but with your help, I'll soon find if my fears are warranted. Yeah, I won't even kill him. I mean, I don't want his blood on my blade. So I'll, like, rear up with the scythe and then bonk him. Bonk. Idiot. Meanwhile, in the Garlean capital, Xenos has become a Reaper. Hey, he actually has. Changed outfits, too. Is that a gun scythe? It is. He's got a gun scythe. I love it.
Those Eorzeans certainly are a stubborn bunch. Though I suppose you knew that already. My plan to redirect the ether from Cartano came to a rather less than satisfactory conclusion. It was, in many respects, an abject failure. Which does, of course, raise the question of where we are going to procure the requisite amount. The obvious solution would be to draw on resources a little closer to home, though that would require our dreamer to dream a trifle more deeply.
So be it. The dreamer will not complain.
Then let us begin the preparations at once. With the gateway of the gods complete, all that remains is to gather the necessary ether, and our prize shall be within reach.
Yeah, I was to say, you're talking about that mess in the background?
The time has come to fulfill your heart's desire, my desire! To relieve those wretched creatures of their meaningless existence!
Okay.
While I await you, I shall drink a sea of souls and gorge myself upon the darkened moon. Then you shall come to me, all roiling rage and rancor. And the stars shall bear witness to our final contest.
Okay. Meanwhile, one of these days I'll get to say thank you. Yeah, you can just send me a letter, Xenos. I'm right here. Look, okay. I know how to read. It's, you know, call me sometime. You know, it's cool.
As I thought, the ethereal currents have been disturbed here too.
Clearly this is going on for a minute, so I'm going to say thank you now. Thank you, that Rift person, very, very, very much. I do always very, very much appreciate that support. Thank you. So I'll put that also towards Real Mist, if you give me a moment here. And you're wondering when Pokemon Mystery of the is coming. I have no idea. The queue, if you type in !next into chat, you'll get a list of the queue. But the queue is the order, not the time. I don't know how long games will take. I can only begin to guesstimate, right? So the truthful answer is I have no idea. So.
It was the same in Thanalan. Make that every location we surveyed.
And the strength of each current has diminished dramatically. Far more than could be attributed to a natural occurrence.
Yeah, I don't know how long Elden Ring is going to take. I can only guesstimate. It was funded before we were guesstimating time for a game, so... And thank you, XM. As always, I will jot that down for my choice. Thank you.
What tidings bringest thou from Dravania?
We took a number of readings, and noticed that the closer we were to the tower, the lower the etheric density became. In short,
The towers are drawing upon the land's ether, which would explain how they were able to carry out the summonings.
Yeah, it's bad. It's actually extraordinarily bad. Can we address the artillery option now?
Our allies must be informed of this. We should return to the Rising Stones and have Tataru relay our findings to them.
Hear me. Hear me. Hear me. Hear me.
What the hell do you want?
Darkness comes. And with it, the end. The fate of the star is in your hands.
Cosmos?
Everything all right back there?
Cosmos is from Dissidia. At solemn dawn, grim purpose shines, and gaze is cast towards moonlit sky. Thus does our final curtain rise, your steps to guide what end betides. New Game Plus added. And there's the quest. That's Endwalker. You see that? See that right there? That's Endwalker. I could talk to Alphino right now. And I could be in Endwalker. I could do it! But I'm not going to. I'm also not showing off the trailer. We actually already talked about that. So. Instead, it's time to do the Blue Mage quests, and then we're going to do a full playthrough of Eureka. Alright, we're done. We're out. Peace! No, okay, for real, though. Has anybody been looking at the document lately? Real question. Because, this is insanity. So let me update the HUD. Let me update the HUD with our current load out of positives and negatives. Right now, I think we'll start with the negatives. So our story negatives are up to 43. There's a couple. Our gameplay negatives, hang on, let's scroll down a little bit here, are up to 45. That's about right. Pretty bad, you know. Almost nothing, that Rift person. In fact, the last time I played Rift, Mist, was when it came out. Gameplay positives are at 105. Bolstered by a lot of good dungeons, a lot of good bosses, and most importantly, all the classes. Every class got a positive in Shadowbringers, which is unique, at least so far. No other expansion can say that. And the story positives are up to 192. That is everything. That's it. That's the chop off right there. Now, someday we might actually do Dal Riata. You know, I actually hope to do that. As I've already mentioned, that's going to be lumped into Patchwalker. That'll give me time to go very, very slowly off-camera grind my way through it, right? So, that will actually change the Shadowbringer number a little bit and FF14 as a whole, but I just wanted to mention that because other than that, nothing else is planning to be added to that. Which means I need to do some numbers now. Give me one moment, please. I gotta do a little math. Actually, I gotta do a lot of math. Best game ever. I have no idea what the silver number is going to be on this thing. So, how many of you want to guess how long Shadow was? For a bit of a reminder, ARR was about 7,600 minutes, Heaven's Word was 4,200 minutes, and Stormblood was 4,800 minutes. I don't remember the hours because I'd have to math that out, but that's where we're at with that. Start plugging in some numbers here. Well, I guess I have to math it out, so hang on. That's actually that many hours. Okay. Some good guesses, some good guesses. Shadowbringers comes in at 5,879 minutes. Still dwarfed by ARR. Nothing's going to beat ARR. But that's bulky. That is quite a bit more. That's over 15 hours longer than Shadowbringers, for a bit of perspective. ARR is 127.29 hours, put it to that way. So that surpasses that by almost 30 hours, for example. ARR continues to be, as we all said, as it was always going to be. And yeah, Shadowbringer, so ARR was 127 hours, Heaven's Word was 71 hours, Stormblood is 81 hours, Endwalker is 98 hours. Alright, so hang on, I gotta do a little more math, forgive me, now that we got our duration here. What did I misspeak again? I always misspeak. I'm terrible. Ignore me. I am the dumb. That's 1.5 story pluses per hour, despite the length of the game, by the way. Think about that for a second. That's a story ratio of 81%, which continues to its trend of doing better. In fact, that surpasses Heaven's Word in its story ratio. And gameplay is the best it's been, at a ratio of 70%. And yeah, Endwalker, by definition, cannot surpass Shadow by mere virtue of the fact that it's not done yet. So if I could get a drum roll or two, please. Yeah, it's been an undertaking, to say the least. I'd like to say I'm surprised by this, but I'm totally not. The silver number for Shadowbringers is 300. I could stop there. 375.34. For numbers, Stormblood was 228.78, Heaven's Word was 178.20, and ARR was 92.73. If you're paying attention, that is a steady incline, which we all sort of saw coming, but yeah. That is extraordinarily impressive. Really, it is. The highest single-player game we've covered, which again, these don't apply the same way, is Portal 2 at 281, for a bit of perspective. I'm going to try some ginger lemon tea. What is this? It's lemongrass, cinnamon, ginger, and rose hips, apparently. That should be good. I've just been going down the list of what my sister's offered. So, final thoughts, and then I am going to chop off for the night. For those who didn't hear it, it's going to be a bit of an early night, and we will start up Endwalker tomorrow. Officially, no, really. I'd like to say I'm surprised by Shadowbringers scoring that well, and I am super not. For once, so many times there's a game I've expected to be good and it was bad, or expected to be bad and it was good. But this is one of those rare times where I walked in expecting it to smash it out of the park, and it super did. Shadow is great. I can say this because even regardless of having gone through with review, with the review goggles on, with trying to be as numbery as possible, the fact of the matter is, this is the game that made me finally, for the first time, actually fall in love with this game. And if I can talk about that for a minute, if you don't mind, you can leave if you don't want to, but I have been playing FF14 since it came out, since 1.0's beta. I could go back almost as far back as it's possible to go. But the thing is, and I've said this before, and I'll say this again, FF14 was always just kind of a side game or a game that didn't quite click with me, because it was enjoyable, but it had issues consistently. Arguably, it still has issues consistently. I mean, I think I've made that clear. If you remember, there are a lot of gameplay negatives there. Look at that. That's 45 gameplay negatives. Please think about how much that is, for a bit of perspective. Like, I don't think I've even ever given another game that many negatives. Not counting the rest of FF14. It is, however, absolutely dwarfed by this 105 here. And that's exactly my point. While it still has its issues and it still has its problems, they have really started to focus in on what makes the game what it is, and why it is and how it is. But if I could add one other thing, just a bit of a personal touch, regardless of the objectivity, regardless of trying to go through it, regardless of everything else, regardless of the good writing, regardless of good boss fights, regardless of figuring out the trust system, regardless of upping the quality of the classes, finally, the one thing that really clicked with me in Shadowbringers in a way that arguably didn't in the rest of FF14 and many other MMOs in general is I felt like the main character. Now, I've talked about this before. As much as I love WoW, and I love WoW to death, even now, the fact is, with two notable exceptions, Pandaria and Legion, you are not the main character. You are the person doing the job of the main character, that they then get credit for and they then have the story beats for. Like, almost literally, the metaphorical generals, the metaphorical directors, are the ones who get the credit for the movie that you're making. And that's how WoW is constructed, because we've talked about that. And that's always bothered me, except for the 2 times where they bypassed that. And most other MMOs have a similar problem. In Star Trek Online, who's the main character of the Delta Alliance arc? Because it's not you, it's Tuvok. And so forth and so on. This is a very common trend, and this is why that topic has come up so frequently, why I myself have mentioned it several times during this stream. There is one exception to this, by the way, that's Guild Wars 2, but other than Guild Wars 2, which very much you are the main character in, fully voiced and everything, most MMOs don't really feel like I'm the main... okay, and Tor. You're right, I keep forgetting Tor exists. Guild Wars 2 and Tor are the only MMOs that really hammer down the idea of you being the main character, and both of them accomplish it in the same way. By making you a character, in Tor's case it's 2 characters, but still, it's a character. It's a pre-written character with a pre-written backstory and all that stuff. and you just happen to be playing that character. That's the trade-off, as we talked about. But FF14 has been drifting more and more towards making you feel like you are the PC, that you are the main character, that the story and the plot and the movement tilts around you and your actions. And I don't just mean in the sense of you being the soldier doing the general's stuff, but like there is narrative impact, there's character focus, there are moments where it's actually about you. And I actually rather enjoy that. I rather enjoy the idea and concept of being thusly relevant to the story arc. Now, if I could share one other thing, if I may. And I agree, this is actually two more things. First, I want to mention that this is a Final Fantasy game as of Shadow, in the guise of an MMO. They certainly were leaning that way. We've shown that as we've gone through the expansions. But Shadow is when it officially became a Final Fantasy game. That happens to be an MMO. And it's just cool, you know? We had a party and everything, right? But the other thing I want to mention, just for one last bit of amusement before I chop off for the night. Some of you may or may not know that one of the biggest complaints I hear over and over and over about WoW, specifically Pandaria and Legion, is how much players really hate being this big, important character. They just want to go back to being some random adventurer. Can we do that rather than having narrative focus? I'm not joking. I'm phrasing it a little bit differently, but this is such a common complaint of both Pandaria and Legion that I don't even know how to parse that. I'm sure several of you have heard the same concept by some people at some point or another. Now, don't mistake me. I'm not trying to say that there's no point or purpose in such a thing. I just think it's funny that the MMO that finally made me fall in love with FF14, the expansion that actually made me fall in love with 14, is the one where we actually are a character. Or at least getting there. Anyways. Tomorrow we start Endwalker. I'm still walking in with only one spoiler. Well, 2 spoilers, but the other spoiler's minuscule. I'm looking forward to it. Anybody else? Anybody? Just me? I'll see you around.